in launching a ballistic missile. The first one is the boost stage. It starts at the point the missile is launched and ends after all the rocket fuel is burned and the missile is propelled into the exosphere. The next stage is the post-boost stage. It starts after all the fuel is burned and ends after the re-entry vehicle is ejected. Next is the intermediate course stage. It takes place after the re-entry vehicle is ejected and lasts until the missile enters the exosphere. Then comes the final stage. It starts when the re-entry vehicle enters the exosphere and it lasts until it reaches its ultimate target on the ground. Missile defense systems use military satellites to detect rocket emissions during the initial boost stage of a missile. But this new nuclear weapon employs the railgun's ability to fire projectiles at ultra-high velocities instead of using a rocket. That's why it can't be detected by today's missile defense systems. And on top of that, the re-entry vehicle also uses stealth technology. It's so accurate that its 50% zone comes close to 50 meters. That's as good as the best ICBM.
A highly accurate, undetectable, uninterceptable nuclear weapon. We wouldn't even be able to tell where it came from.
And that's not all. A standard ballistic missile uses a 2-stage or a 3-stage solid fuel rocket for its propulsion system. Besides costing lots of money, safely maintaining the solid rocket fuel and readying the missile for launch requires a lot of work. But a railgun-launched nuclear warhead avoids all of those problems. And it's cheap, too.
It's the perfect nuke. A general's dream.
And the world's nightmare.
Good evening, Mon Chatter. How we doing? What's going on? Good to see you. Welcome in, all my wonderful chatters. Amazing community. Val, hello, how are you doing? Luna, welcome in. How are you? Middle-earth Marxist, what's good? What's going on? Steph, how are you? Did I say Luna? Luna, hello. Parkour's Language, Ninny, and of course Ford. How are you all doing? Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. We're here and we're doing it. That's what's going on. Rediscovered today, chat, the absolute beauty, the flavor sensation of bananas and peanut butter. Because I'm going more vegan now, and vegan food, it just kind of doesn't fill you up, and that's fine. It's just because you're used to eating meat, and meat, you have to digest it in a certain way, right? You know? And so, like, I'm having my breakfast, and it's like, right, I'm having bread, and I'm not really vegan. I'm doing vegan, but except for eggs, right? And I'm having bread and eggs for my breakfast, which is what I have every day. And I'm like, yeah, that'll be enough to get me until the gym and then beyond. No. Wrongo bongo, buddy. Wrongo bongo. And so I got out of the gym. I was absolutely fucking starving. And I was like, what can I have? What can I fucking have? So I, like, flew to Aldi. I just, like, got a renter bike and flew to Aldi Rapid. And I was like, peanut butter, of course. Peanut butter. So yeah, got some peanut butter, bananas. Absolutely killer. How could I have slept on that for so long? How could I have slept on that for so long? It was so good. And thus vegans decided not to be super fit because there's always peanut butter. I mean, it's got good fats in it, right? And I only had like, what? Maybe 2 tablespoons or something? A bit more? 2 tablespoons and a half with like a full banana. In my headcanon, Melper actually wore the pumpkin hat. There is no pumpkin hat. It's an orange hat, and he did wear it. So what you said makes no sense. That's the end of that. Network, how are you doing? Good to see you. Sorka, hello. Val says, on the right path to recovery, still feeling really run down though. Look after yourself, comrade. It's awful being ill because you want to do stuff, but it's worth it to get better and stay better, yeah. Get better, stay wetter, I nearly said then. That's good, isn't it? Stay wet, get better, and get wetter. Just normal, good stuff for me to be saying. I agree. Peanut butter and banana sandwiches are where it's at, yeah. I could theoretically go vegetarian someday, I think, just not necessarily anytime soon. Drinking a glass of water with a spoonful or 2 of chia seeds, however you say it, is super filling. You know what? Chia seeds, you're right. I've not had chia seeds for a long time. They're very good, aren't they? Good for you. They've got good stuff in them. A superfood. That's me owned, isn't it? Yes, that's the end of that. Hello, Krill. How are you? I've been staying in bed staying in bed and studying from there, getting better and staying wetter. Good for you. Good for you. Get better, stay wetter. This is the new meta in the stream. What am I up to? What we doing? What we covering? We got so much stuff to get through. US going sicko mode over Venezuela. It's bad. It looks like there's going to be some kind of military action in a couple of days, but we've been saying that for, what, 4 weeks now? 2 months? It looks like it's happening. Also going to be covering the hunger strikers, some news regarding the hunger strikers, the PAL action hunger strikers in the UK. They're nearing 50 days, 46 days, 46, 47 days of hunger striking. Some of them have been hospitalized again. And there's all kinds of things happening. B-Rat, hello, welcome in, good to see you. Then, if we've got time, we're going to check out the stock market crash stuff. Finally. Finally, that's if we've got time. And other than that, if we've got even more time after that, then we'll check out some landlord brain rot. So maybe landlord brain rot, maybe not. We will have to see. Let's go through the Hunger Striker stuff first. I think we can fly through it because I want to finish my dinner. I've only had a couple of mouthfuls, and I got to get through a fair amount of reading in this bit. Hey, Bubble, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you? All right. Let's get into it, shall we? So today there was a protest outside HMP Bronzefield, which we were speaking about the other day. This is the private prison in the UK where Yulia was being held for a bit, and also where there were a couple of inmates who died earlier this year, and there are still some of the Filtered 24 being held there, and they're owned by the French catering company Sodexo. It's good, isn't it? It's really good normal stuff, really good stuff in capitalism. And at the protest, a doctor was arrested. The reasons for the arrest of Dr. Io Moyet are currently unknown. Let's take a look at the footage. There's some footage here. Cool stuff. Cops are just great, aren't they? They always keep us safe. They're really good. They always make good decisions. Let's check this out. Yeah, that's good, innit? Yeah, just push people over. Yeah. Yeah, that's good, innit? Scum. So what we are seeing... Oh, check it out. Yo, we got some fucking legends sat under the fucking cop car there. Did you see that? They're getting ready to stop it from moving. Yes. Comrades. Absolutely legendary shit. That's dope. You can see them there getting under the car.
Don't touch him! Shame on you! Shame on you!
You know... And what we're seeing here is more direct confrontation from the public against the police. This is getting to boiling point in the UK now. People are getting so pissed with the pigs that there's just going to be more and more resistance of this nature, where people are putting their body in front of the cops. They're not going to be afraid of the cops anymore. Yeah, if there's any cops listening to this, fuck you, quit your job. You should be ashamed of yourself. And do you really want to... Is this really what you want to be remembered for? Is this really what you want your legacy to be? Is this really what you want your legacy to be? Just think about it, man. There are so many different ways to earn a living. So it looks like they're blocking the road here and they're trying to get him up and stuff. Oh, it looks like they've surrounded the car there. All them fucking cops looking real proud of themselves there. Yeah, not like on the cop shows, is it, pal? Not a fucking hero. Yeah. So that's what's going on at HMP Bronzefield. This is outside Parliament. There's been some demonstrations outside Parliament. This is a tweet from the Canary showing us what's going on there. Let's take a look at this.
Save the hunger strikers! 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 Hunger strikers! Save the hunger strikers! Save the hunger strikers! Save the hunger strikers!
Yeah, that's not a bad showing for middle of a Wednesday. If that prison is private, what guarantee do we have that those cops aren't private too? No, those were definitely coppers. They had fucking badge numbers on and shit, didn't they? The ones outside Bronzefield. They will call the cops and they will go, yo, you know, they had proper cop cars, didn't they? They'll call the cops and they'll be like, oh my god, there's some horrible people outside our prison and they're talking about the inmates. And the cops will immediately be like, right, straight in there. Straight fucking in there. Because the thing that they're scared about more than anything is that the people will overwhelm the prison guards and they'll start to free prisoners, because that's a legit real thing that you could do with people power, and the state knows this, right? The state would never outsource cops to private companies. They just wouldn't do it. It's too, there's too much. This is the thing, like, capitalism will always be like, yeah, everything should be privatized, that's the way that it should be, yeah, great stuff. Well, neoliberalism anyway, but you know, but then they will never privatize the cops because they're like, oh no, they're too important. They have to protect us, actually. Not the people, they have to protect us. They'll never do it. They'll never outsource that shit. We call out to the ICE facility. Every moment is an opportunity for redemption. You choose an honorable living instead of the evil system you serve in there. Come out here and be human, be a real person. That's what Bastille Day commemorates. Hello, one who reads. Yeah. It's the right thing. If you're ever going to talk to a cop, that's what you say. Come out here and be human, yeah.
Hunger strikers! Hunger strikers! Hunger strikers!
Is there anything more to this? No. Is that some cunt dressed as an Auschwitz prisoner? Fuck the lot of you. No. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's someone dressed as a fucking... This is not supposed to be a... Is this supposed to be an Auschwitz prisoner? Surely not. Also, I don't really understand what the issue would be with that. Effing shameful, despicable. Best ignores. This is a hate crime and should be treated as such. What is? The left are clearly the Nazis now. Twitter is so cooked, man. Twitter is so absolutely cooked. It's just like, none of these people are going to be British or, like, you know, even remotely normal people. It's just like a bunch of fucking petty bourgeois reactionaries who are just like, yeah, man, Twitter's so cool. Twitter's the place where real democracy is. Let's read this from Jeremy Corbyn. The Ministry of Justice is still refusing to meet with the lawyers or families of hunger strikers being held on remand. This is a shambolic dereliction of duty. I've written to David Lammy again, imploring him to do the right thing before it's too late. David, I'm writing in response to my exchange with one of your ministers during justice questions yesterday. Earlier this week, I wrote to you with a request that you meet with the representatives of the 8 individuals on hunger strike. This request has the cross-party support of 51 MPs and peers. Yesterday, the request for the meeting was refused by the minister, claiming he is satisfied that robust and proper guidance is being followed. I'm writing to ask if you share his satisfaction. Specifically, I would like to know if you're satisfied with the fact that, according to my constituent, it took HMP Bronzefield 10 days to acknowledge their hunger strike. In doing so, my constituent was denied the full initial assessment, as is stated on page 13 of the guidance published by your department and cited in your response to me last week. Guidelines for the clinical management of people refusing food in immigration removal centres and prisons. My constituent also missed out on an essential GP appointment on week 7 of their hunger strike because they were locked in their cell. Is the Ministry of Justice also satisfied with the fact that the prison repeatedly runs out of paracetamol, electrolytes, and essential nutrients such as vitamins, thiamine, and amino acids? The government's own guidance repeatedly states that measures should be taken to bring a resolution to a hunger strike. I cite the same guidance again, specifically section 5.1, which has an initial review, should include those most likely to bring about the resolution of the situation, such as advocates from the community and those suggested by the individual. Please could you explain how the ministry is complying with its own guidance here with its refusal to meet the legal representatives of the prisoners? What the fuck is Labour doing on this if they just let him die? What do they think is going to happen when your party holds them to account? Yep. Or the Greens. Or anyone. Literally any other, you know, representative. Or the people, right? And I'll be writing to you again if there weren't multiple serious allegations that the guidelines are not being followed. 51 MPs and peers would not have implored you to meet with the representatives of the prisoners if they did not share these concerns. 8 people who have not been convicted of any crime are at serious risk of death. Their representatives and loved ones deserve more than to be brushed off with vague reassurances about policies and guidelines, especially when these reassurances are contradicted by the facts. I am imploring you and your department to do the right thing, take responsibility, and act before it's too late. The Greens could just stand back and say that Labour was always like this. I mean, I don't know what you're doing. Like, why are we doing this like your party and Greens thing? And I don't understand what we're doing, man. What are we doing here? You know that Zach Polanski is one of the only leaders of any political party that has mentioned the hunger strikers. Do you know that? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing, man? But anyway, there has been some movement on this particular issue, which is good. Peter Justice Project here reporting on it. We're relieved to hear that Kessa Zuhra has finally been taken to hospital to receive medical attention following the outstanding efforts of Zara Sultana and many dedicated humanitarians. Local activists and union branches demonstrating outside HMP Bronzefield. So that was what we saw earlier today. So let's see this video. This is from someone from Defend Our Juries. It's only 10 seconds. Let's take a quick look. There you go. So, good stuff. What exactly are the strikers' demands? I worry it might be a little lost in the noise. I mean, the noise is about the strikers' demands. Like, the noise is about what they're actually demanding, which is to not be held on remand without bail anymore whilst awaiting their trial for crimes that are no longer considered terrorism. Right? They were charged with terrorism initially. That's what the counter-terrorism police did. They violently ripped them from their homes. As soon as they got into prison, within 6 weeks, the charges were lowered to domestic crimes. Standard domestic crimes. Aggravated burglary and assault. Right? Most people who are charged with those kinds of crimes are not held on remand, and they are granted an option of bail. And they can be granted bail. They are more often granted bail than not, essentially. However, every single one of the filtered 24 has not been granted this, and they've had to stay in prison on remand without trial for 2 Christmases at this point, if it gets to Christmas. So their demands are be allowed bail. Their demands are the right to a fair trial, because they're all terrified that they're not going to get a good trial. Yeah, bail or being able to see a judge, yeah. The other demands are sever all ties with Elbit factories all over the UK, shut down Elbit factories all over the UK, and what was the other one? Deprescribe Palestine action. Just more than reasonable stuff. More than reasonable stuff. So, there you go. So, luckily, Kessa Zuhra has been taken to hospital. However, we still need people to be pressuring their members of parliament. Yeah, sever ties with private prisons would be great, wouldn't it? I think that's part of a bigger issue, though, right? That's part of a bigger fight. So, That's good stuff. It's good that Kessa Zura has been taken to hospital, and I think that it is up to us now to increase the pressure on our MPs, our representatives for Parliament, our representatives to the House of Commons, our local councillors, anyone that you could possibly think. You can write to Bronzefield Prison. You can write to the prisons where hunger strikers are being held. You know, again, you're not going to have the magic words that make them decide, oh shit, we're doing the wrong thing, but it's about an overwhelming amount of people who are making noise about this. There are protests going on all over the UK about this stuff. I'm sure if you check your local pro-Palestine, Palestine Liberation Group, you will, you know, you will find a protest that you could go to. There might be one tomorrow. There'll be protests probably until the end of the hunger strike, whatever end it is. And then obviously there will probably be continuing protests after that if it ends in a bad way. So MP Zara Sultana had refused to leave the site until an ambulance arrived, with crowds forming over 12 hours of protest before an ambulance arrived. 12 hours of protest, that's great. Bronzefield is a private prison run for profit. They've attempted to avoid responsibility for the hunger strikers as they do not carry the same obligations as state-run prisons. There are 7 more hunger strikers currently facing critical health deterioration. Support them by following Prisoners for Palestine and visiting prisonersforpalestine.org. I'm going to put these links in the chat for you. Just open them up in a tab, you know what I mean? And then later on, if you're not busy, just take a look and see what kind of call to action they're putting out. Our prisoners are in critical danger. Kessa Zura, day 46. Amu Gib, day 46. Hiba Moraisi, day 45. John Kink ended, day 41. T. Hocha, day 39. Kamran Ahmed, day 38. Louis Chiaramello, day 24. Umer Khalid ended on day 13. So that is the situation of the hunger strikers. What else is going on in the UK regarding Palestine? Oh, look at this. UK state continues its authoritarian attacks on dissent in general and Palestine solidarity specifically. BBC reporting here. Police forces will make arrests over Intifada chants. Let's have a look at what the head of the Met Police says regarding this. Why can't I hear him?
The words and chants used, especially in protests, matter, and they have real-world consequences. We have consistently been advised by CPS that many of the phrases causing concern to Jewish communities don't meet prosecution thresholds. However, now, in the escalating threat context, we will recalibrate our operational actions to be more assertive. We know communities are concerned about placards and chants, such as globalised intifada, and those using it at future protests, or in a targeted way, should expect the Met or Greater Manchester Police to take immediate action. Violence acts have taken place. The context has changed. Words have meanings. Words have consequences. We will act decisively. We will make arrests.
Yes, you're right, Bubble. That is the guy who said he was going to deal with systemic racism in the Met. But here the Met is doing systemic racism. Luna says, I'm getting scared they're going to lock me up again. Hey, comrade, they're going to lock us all up. We're all going in there. Let's think about it rationally, yeah? Let's think about it. What is happening? The government is getting more and more authoritarian. They're not going to stand for people like me being on this platform and saying communism is good and imperialism is bad. Capitalism and imperialism is bad. They're not going to stand for it. They're not going to stand for people like me saying globalize the intifada. Eventually, right, if we sit here and do nothing, they will still throw us all in jail. Because eventually, they'll try and conscript everybody to do a forever war with Russia, won't they? That's what they're trying to do. So we're all going to be inside. in some kind of description. So I would say to you, if you're anxious about it, that's fair enough. And I'm not going to sit here and say, don't worry, they're not going to do that. Because I do think that they're going to try and criminalize more and more left-wing people. I do think that they're going to do that. The question is what we do about it. The question is how proactive are we about this? And that's why you've got to get out there and organize. That's why you've got to get out there and join a union. That's why you've got to get out there and join a tenants union. You've got to meet your neighbors. Like, we need community. We need each other. You know? Yes, send your tips now so you can see as much Melpo as you can. That's right, network. Do they actually have an argument for there being any connection between Globalize the Intifada and Bondi Beach like at all? Yeah, Israel said so. Israel said so. That's their argument. We've heard from Zionists that these are scary Arabic words. And actually, it's a secret password. It's not, don't forget about the direct translation. Forget about Googling it. Forget about looking it up in the Arabic dictionary or anything like that. We're listening to Zionists, the people who support Israel, who lies all the time about everything. Right? Sally Pocketful says, IS, wasn't it? Big on the Intifada, those Islamic State guys. Are you being sarcastic? Okay, yeah. I was gonna say. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Bondi Beach was Islamic State. Yeah. And as far as we know, no connection to any other broader political network. The front page of every Aussie newspaper this morning is slagging off the Prime Minister for not doing enough to stop the only type of anti-Semitism that Israel says exists. Right. Yeah. Also, hi, Sally. Welcome in. Hope you're good. That guy saying words have consequences is going to be so stark in the history books. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it really is. It's almost as if prison is a threat of violence against the centers of political violence, which is what this all is. Yes, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Let's take a look at what Stephen Swinford, who is the political editor of The Times, says about this. Now, that's not a sentence that you'll regularly hear me say, because I despise The Times. But it does not change the fact that some of the people there do actually know what they're talking about when it comes to the law and policing, and he has an interesting take. The Met Police and Greater Manchester Police will take a more assertive approach to pro-Palestine protesters who chant globalize the Intifada because of the escalating threat context, is what he's quoted there. Sir Mark Rowley, head of the Met Police, that's who we just heard from, and Sir Stephen Watson, head of Greater Manchester Police, have issued a statement saying that they will take action despite the CPS advising that it doesn't meet the prosecution threshold, right? The Crown Prosecution Service is telling the police these words, people saying these words, do not meet the prosecution threshold. They will not be prosecuted. So what the police are saying is that they're just going to arrest people, then they'll obviously get released, probably have some trumped up charges thrown at them, and then it'll get dropped, or, you know, they'll push it if it's the person that they've arrested is a key figure of the liberation movement, right? The thought police are here, folks. Yeah, that's right. So these are political prisoners, and we should recognize this authoritarian state is doing a great and profound harm to this country. Yep, absolutely. Anti-Semitic hate crime has surged. Protests have intensified. Online abuse has grown since 2023. That's an interesting date, isn't it? Well, interesting year. These trends create real fear and disrupt daily life and have an impact on how safe the Jewish community feel. when attending synagogues and other communal spaces. Key word there, feel. Jewish children attend schools behind fences guarded by security and routine police patrols. No, they don't. What school doesn't have a fence? Sorry. What school doesn't have a fence? Okay. Why does every day feel like Jeremy Corbyn is still the UK Labour leader? Yes, it's almost as if you remove a guy who just thinks that Palestinians have a right to exist. If you remove that guy from your party, this kind of shit, these kinds of accusations of anti-Semitism just broadly, being thrown at the general public just won't go away. They don't go away, do they? And they're also saying like this, like there's no Jewish people among those using the chant. Yes, it's a raising anti-Zionist Jews. So that's really good and fun, isn't it? Jewish children guarded by security routine police who no community should have to live like this. Well, they're not living like that, so that's wrong. The words and chants used, especially in protest, matter and have real-world consequences. We've consistently been advised by the Crown Prosecution Service that many of these phrases causing fear in Jewish communities don't meet prosecution thresholds. That should be the end of it. That should just be the end of it. Oh, you can't prosecute people for saying this stuff. Well, maybe we shouldn't waste police resources. In the escalating threat context, we will recalibrate to be more assertive. What does that even mean? We know communities are concerned about placards and chants such as globalize the Intifada, and those using it at a future process or in a targeted way should expect the Met and GMP to take action. Violent acts have taken place. The context has changed. No, it hasn't. It just hasn't. The context has not changed. It's never changed. Words have meaning and consequence. Words do have meaning and consequence, but it is normally the former that informs the latter. And the meaning of globalize the Intifada is not anti-Semitic. It's just the end. That's just the end of it. Frontline officers will be briefed on this enhanced approach. We will use powers under the Public Order Act. So that is the new Public Order Act. Oh, no, it's not the new Public Order Act. Sorry, no, it's the old one. Including conditions around London synagogues during services. Well, here's the thing. They won't make any arrests there because pro-Palestine protesters are not protesting outside London synagogues during services. They're not doing it. It's good stuff, isn't it? It's really good. So let's say it's this second bit, right? It's this second bit that this guy has a decent take on. What's particularly interesting about this statement is that the Met Police and Greater Manchester Police are saying that the Crown Prosecution Service is getting it wrong. They say that the CPS has consistently advised them that chants such as globalize the Intifada do not meet the prosecution threshold. They argue that words and chants have real-world consequences and that the context has changed, i.e. they should now be arrested and prosecuted. So could we see a situation where police conduct mass arrests of pro-Palestine protesters who then can't be prosecuted? Yes, that is what is happening. We're seeing the real brain boys in charge. The real forensic brain boys are in charge of what is going on here. These people are so smart, dude. They're so smart. They're getting it so right. They're being forensic. They're being surgical. We know communities are concerned about placards and chants such as globalize the Intifada and those using it as future protests or target ratios. Expect the Met and GP to take action. Yeah, he already quoted that. It looks like they're making a case for indefinite detainment. Yeah, but they can't. Like, cop shops can't do that. Like, there would have to be some real miscarriage of justice taking place. And I'm not saying that this stuff doesn't happen, because miscarriages of justice happen all the time. And they've done miscarriages of justice regarding the Filton 24, right? But genuinely, they would have to really, like they do not have the space in cop shops. It's not even that they can't legally do it, Mia. They don't have the space in cop shops to detain as many people as they are likely to arrest if they are chanting globalize the Intifada. When people chant globalize the Intifada, it's normally 100 people. It's normally everybody at the protest. It's normally everybody at the protest who's doing it. What are they going to do when cop shops only have 4, 5, or 6 cells? They're not going to fit everybody in. They're going to put like 10 people in a cell at once. That's stupid. That's fucking stupid. That fucking makes the ground fertile for rebellion within a jail. 24 hours without charge or judge order or judge order is the limit. Yes. Yes. They would have to get a judge or a charge in order to keep those people in those cells. They cannot do it. It's like the defend our juries stuff. Unless on suspicion of terror offense, which is also bullshit, there's no way that you can apply it to terrorism offenses. There's no way. There's just no way. And again, you know, there's been hundreds of people arrested for terror offenses. Thousands of people have been arrested for terror offenses for holding signs that say that they support Palestine action. Yes, good way to get the public to no longer comply with any institutions. And we're already seeing, we saw in that footage from that protest outside H&P Bronzefield, that people were getting more and more ready to put their bodies in the way of the police. This is not going to go fucking well for the cops. This is going to be like some poll tax riots of the fucking late 80s and 90s shit. That would be the only thing that would make sense, Mia, if they would arrest some people and try and make an example out of them. But they already do this. They do this all the time. The cops do this every fucking week regarding pro-Palestine actions. Like, doesn't matter what, whether it's a direct action or anything. You know, direct actions have been continuing despite the prescription of Palestine action, and there have been people who have been literally just picketing weapons factories, just picketing them, and they've been arrested. And then had, like, no further action taken because it's like, they can't do anything. Do you know what I mean? Police numbers are down. More people are mad. Exactly. Exactly. I think that it's getting to the point where things are getting, like, squeaky bum time for the cops in the state. I think that they're freaking out, and that's why they're doing shit like this. Welcome in, Lesbian Hot Sauce. Hello, how are you doing? Everybody go follow LHS. How are you doing, my friend? It's good to see you. And welcome in Mia as well. Since October 2023, we keep making pocket claims of anti-Semitism while simultaneously downplaying the massive rise of actually fascistic anti-Semitic rhetoric, all starting with since October 2023. Yes. The point of doing this, even though the CPS won't prosecute, is literally only the police threatening violence for violence' sake. Yeah. Hello, Husker. How are you doing? Hey, Eric, the solution is to overwhelm the cops and they will deserve all the shit that comes their way as they're now stormtroopers. I mean, that is what people will eventually do. People will eventually just overwhelm the cops. They will realize, oh, there's more of us than there are of them. It's time to kettle the cops. And that's just what's going to happen. And then people will be like, oh, you can kettle the cops. And then it's game over, man. And the state is being stupid about this. They are being stupid about this. You know? Don't you have some bullshit law like disturbing the peace that the state can arbitrarily slap people with? Yeah. They do. They will get people, like, you know, they will charge people with various different stuff, but they have to let them out of the fucking jail. Do you know what I mean? So that's that. Let's take a little look at this here. This is an interview between Krishnan Gurumurthy from Channel 4 and Francesca Albanese. This is from a couple of weeks ago. It's from 5 days ago. Talking about the Gaza ceasefire and why it could collapse. Let's take a little listen to this.
Is non-existent. Why are these people being killed? I'm telling you, because this is the genocide that continues through other means. Israel has zero intention to relinquish control of the Gaza Strip. So what has been sold to the world as the peace plan is a way to push the international community to have an alibi not to continue to engage with Gaza. Governments are complicit.
Hasn't the last 2 years proven that for most world governments, international law is not supreme? They believe in realpolitik, in workable solutions. Are you in danger of making perfection the enemy of the good?
That's so scary.
Hello and welcome to the forecast. Phase 1 of the ceasefire in Gaza is holding.
Yeah, but people can get hit with massive fines, lose their jobs, get harassed. Mia, no one in the UK has a fucking job right now. One, people are already in debt. Two, people don't have fucking jobs. So all of that kind of a threat from the state is meaningless. Completely meaningless. You know what I mean? Like, this is what Valerie is saying is completely correct. The UK is more vulnerable to overwhelm than a lot of other imperial core nations because of austerity, and that is absolutely fucking spot on. That's why it's completely different in Germany, because Germany is fucking smart, right? They're evil, but they're fucking smart. And what they do is they do, I'm sure that there's austerity in Germany. It's a neoliberal capitalist country, but it's not going to have fucked things over in the way that like Keir Starmer has. You know what I mean? It's just not the same. Like, you know, all these other imperial core countries are like, right, okay, we need to make sure that like employment levels stay pretty decent and like, you know, pay them as little as fucking possible until you know, they riot and union action happens and all that shit. But yes, we actually defunded our police. The Tories did that, yes. Yeah, things are severely fucked, but the UK is fucked significantly worse, yeah. Canada's latest budget is going to catch us up to the UK on that front, yes. And it's stupid. These people in charge are fucking stupid. Yeah, that's exactly it. Kick the can down the road until it hits a wall, and here we are. Right, exactly. That's it. Like, what do they think is going to happen, man? Do they think that just like, you know, it is going to kick off here? And I think it's going to be a bunch of pro-Palestinian lefties and communists and other people are going to kick off. And I think there's going to be a not insignificant amount of fash who kick off as well. Once the fash see that you can overwhelm the police, it's Jova, dog. Things are going to get real shit real quick.
But it's precarious. Hundreds of Gazans have been killed since it began. Hundreds of thousands remain homeless and displaced. The Israeli Defense Force still occupies much of the territory, and Hamas have re-established themselves in some areas. So is Phase 2, with its transitional authority and international peace force, looking in any real way possible? Benjamin Netanyahu says it's close. But if it is, where does that leave the rights of the Palestinians? Francesca Albanese is the UN's Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. She has been an outspoken critic of Israel's actions in Gaza, accusing it of genocide. Since we last spoke, she has been sanctioned by the Trump administration and has published a new report on the complicity of much of the outside world. Welcome and thank you for coming back.
Thank you, Krishnan.
The last time we spoke, you did speak a great deal about complicity, but now you have written a more formal report about it. You know, the world wants to move on, is the truth, doesn't it? They want to get...
I fucking hate Christian Guru Mathi so much. I hate him so much. The world wants to move on. We want to forget about the genocide. We just don't want to think about it.
On with the peace process, with Phase 2. There isn't a great desire to go back and examine what happened in the past, but you're not going to let them move on.
No.
Does he mean the leaders of the world? But
no, I'm not going to let them off the hook, because I understand that there
classic
is
liberal
a
take,
great deal of interest in moving forward. I think that the Palestinians are the first to want to move forward.
Well, that's the thing, Mia. That's why tenants unions in this country are so important. Because while lots of people are unemployed, and also the main big unions are captured by the right, everyone is renting. Pretty much every motherfucker is renting, except for the 2 million landlords that exist. And that is like, what, 2 million out of 70 million people? you know?
And I would be the happiest not to have to document acts of genocide on a daily basis. But the thing is that the ceasefire is not, if you allow me, is not precarious, is non-existent. You know, since the day the ceasefire was proclaimed, nearly 400 Palestinians have been killed by the Israeli army in Gaza. Israel has committed over 700 violations of the ceasefire. It remains in over 50% of the Gaza Strip. It continues to demolish homes, to pulverize what remains, and what is more sadistic, to withhold aid. 1/4 of what had been agreed as part of the ceasefire, the so-called ceasefire, has entered the Gaza Strip. And I really encourage everyone who's listening to us, try to Google any image of Gaza today. There are nearly 2 million of survivors, genocide survivors, war survivors, whatever you want to call them, who are literally in the storm without anything to protect them. There is no shelter, like destroyed makeshift tents, and the Gaza is flooded. There is a storm, Byron storm, which is hitting Gaza, and these people are let to die, starving and freezing, if not killed by Israeli bombs. So,
and it's important that people really get the picture. Why is the UK government spending so much money, so much resources on oppressing these people who are saying Palestine should be free? Why are they doing it? It's so-called Israelis can murder Palestinians. That's why. That's why they're doing it. It's as simple as that. It's to let Israel do what it wants. Simple as.
Where is the ceasefire? I don't know.
I mean, I suppose the argument is that it's...
Like, that's the easiest way to explain it to a normie. Oh, all these people are saying globalize the intifada. Why is that a problem? Oh, it like scares Jewish people. And it's like, why does it scare Jewish people? Oh, it means kill all Jews. No, it doesn't. Look, Google. There you go. There you go. Wrong. Wrongo bongo, buddy. Now what? Oh, right. What's the rebellion about? It's about Palestine. Oh, yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah, of course you have. Everybody has. You know?
It's not at the intensity that it was. The level of killing...
As if supporting ethno-nationalist scum doesn't make our politicians just as bad as BB's cadre. They're all one and the same. They're all one and the same, exactly.
Isn't as high as it was, and more aid is getting in. And there is some political progress.
Oh, yeah, that makes it okay.
Do you at least...
That makes it okay then, doesn't it?
Better than they were at the beginning of October.
Oof, yeah.
If you're on fire and someone starts pissing on you, yeah. Technically, that's a bit better, isn't it? Than not having someone piss on you. Look at my man's face. Look at his mouth. It's like he knows what he's saying is winding people up. This motherfucker.
You're asking me a tough question because, you know, I mean, if we had 2-4 British people killed every day, would it be okay for you instead of 100? It's not okay to me, because why are these people dying? Why are these people being killed? I'm telling you, because this is the genocide that continues through other means. Israel has zero intention to relinquish control of the Gaza Strip. Mm-hmm. So what has been sold to the world as the peace plan, which is nothing else than a 20-point thought bubble, as Commissioner Sidoti has defined it, is a way to push the international community to have an alibi not to continue to engage with Gaza. But Israel wants to continue the expulsion of Palestinians from there, because this is the last attempt, the last chance they have to regain control over Gaza. And
it's good that he's not like pushing back immediately.
We should also be talking of what's going on in the West Bank.
Well, what do you mean by expulsion? Because you have said Israel is continuing the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. Yeah. What do you mean by that? Who is being expelled? Where are they going?
spoke way too soon, didn't I? This isn't a hard pushback. He's asking to explain it to people who don't understand, which is kind of okay. You know. The question is always phrased as the Palestinians suffering, but no one asks who's killing them. Yeah, that's true, yeah.
What is the ethnic cleansing beyond the killing? I accept that there is killing going on.
Beyond the killing, what is it? I don't know, buddy. Get a dictionary out. Google it. Google what ethnic cleansing means. I don't know, man. She's used the word. She's the special rapporteur for Palestine, and she's using the words. She's using the phrase ethnic cleansing. I don't know, man. What does it mean to you?
Yeah, there.
Does it mean getting an ethnicity and putting them in a bath and washing them? Is that what it means? Is that what you'd like it to mean?
Killings, but I've said that in the pursuit of this desire of ethnically cleanse what remains of historical Palestine, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, Israel has committed acts of genocide and using the fog of war as an excuse. And now the ceasefire risks allowing Israel to continue what the harshest phase of the genocide has not allowed it to do, because the Palestinians have not left. Now, with the storms, with the freezing weather, without food, without shelter, Israel is opening the Rafah border, telling Palestinians, you can go out, but you cannot come in again. So this is, again, it's in line with the trajectory that has started in the 50s of Israel encouraging what even that minister Ben-Gvir calls voluntary migration. There is nothing voluntary. It's really one of the most sadistic and international community-backed forms of crimes that I've seen in my lifetime.
But isn't there some political progress? I mean, there is a process now towards phase 2, which is about creating
that's a good one.
A Palestinian committee with international supervision, with Palestinians involved. People are now starting to say it may actually have some representation from the Palestinian Authority, which was something that was said. They said it
insane way of saying it. No Palestinian wants the Palestinian Authority to represent them. That is simply an overwhelmingly true fact. Like, oh my God.
So this is the beginning, once again, isn't it, of a Palestinian voice and Palestinian control over their own affairs.
Well,
I mean, isn't there a hopeful way to look at progress as well?
I don't want to sound like the grumpy one who's never happy about anything, because this is not the case. I'm just someone who knows the history. I mean, I've heard these.
Yeah, she's an expert. She's just like, yeah, I'm just an expert. I'm the special rapporteur. That's what that means.
Arguments at the end of the first Intifada, when the peace process started with the Oslo Accords. The Oslo Accords were saluted by everyone, including the Palestinians, as a stepping or a building block of enduring peace. Have you seen any day of that of peace for the Palestinians? No, because the word peace has been used to distract people from what was going on, the enduring occupation. And let me comment on the peace plan, which have been quite, together with other independent experts and human rights organizations, have been quite critical of. And for me, it's very tough, because now this plan is incorporated in a UN Security Council resolution. So it's a dilemma, because the UN Security Council resolution is law, but this is a law that violates basic tenets of international law, because you say, yeah, but there is a government, there is a transition force. Yes, and look at them. I mean, they are headed by, and in basically the decision power is in the hands of the United States, which has been the most significant partners of Israel in the genocide. The Palestinians are brought in as an act of tokenism. There is a violation of the International Court of Justice decision of July last year, which orders, and this is for me the roadmap to peace. It orders Israel to withdraw the troops, from the entirety of the occupied Palestinian territory, Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem. No mention of what's going on in the West Bank, and please, let's try to talk about that later.
will.
But also to dismantle the colonies and to stop using Palestinian resources. Had this been incorporated in the UN Security Council resolution, I would have been
But Israeli
optimistic.
withdrawal will come, won't it? If phase 2 is implemented, there will be an
Good one.
international stabilization force, which will also severely curtail Israel's ability to continue mounting the strikes that it has been.
What are you talking about? What is your source for that, bro? Phase 2 of the plan, which is to disarm Hamas, which they did not agree to, will mean that the Israelis will just not shoot ever again. They won't use a weapon ever again. It's not going to happen.
I don't see that in that peace plan, because that peace plan refers to demilitarization and de-radicalization of the Gaza Strip and Hamas, whatever it is, whatever remains, but not.
And to be clear, de-radicalization is what they're saying is Hamas are radical for wanting an end to the occupation. That's the de-radicalizing. Yeah? But of course, the term de-radicalization implies that they are some kind of ISIS-style extremist group, right? Whereas it's the opposite. They constantly fight ISIS.
Of Israel, which is the state which has killed and injured nearly 200,000 people and left nearly 2 million to die.
So what do you
in
mean?
the
Are you
cold.
suggesting Israel should be demilitarized?
I'm saying.
Why is he doing this? Why is he doing this? By the way, the answer to that question is yes. Israel should be demilitarized. Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. It would mean peace for the rest of the world. By the way, has the British media gone completely feral over the supposed peace plan for Ukraine, where they're praising how everyone except Russia is involved? So German media is happy with the peace plan in Ukraine now. Is that what you're saying? Because in the British media, they're saying that we need to get ready to go to war with Russia. Like explicitly saying that everybody needs to get ready to live like we're in World War II.
The state.
Posing another question.
We talked about
is
it on the
occupied Palestinian
stream last
territory,
night.
which is unlawfully occupied by Israel, is to be demilitarized, while there is this is something imposed on the Palestinians, which are the oppressed, occupied people. But there is no conditionality imposed on the unlawful occupier, which has committed crimes after crimes. Israel has just killed, and these are the numbers that are ascertained, 70,000 people. And there are up to 150,000 who are injured with life-enduring injuries. I've seen bodies chopped into pieces, Krishnan, and this is not something that can be repaired. So the state which has devastated the Gaza Strip, which continues to commit violence day in and day out against the Palestinians, including in the West Bank, where there is no Hamas, there is no question and no conditionality about restraint of military force of the state. Again, it's a very disproportionate plan.
It is clearly a disproportionate.
In Slovenia, we keep hearing about that Dutch NATO guy saying how we all need to prepare for war with Russia, aka Gen Z and Alpha will get drafted into a pointless land war. Yes, Mark Rutte, yeah. Kind of sort of they're pushing how great German diplomacy is for getting everybody except Russia at a table. Obviously, Russia is unreasonable by not accepting the Western terms that were changed last second. Oh, cool, yeah. Oh, I see, right. Yeah. I'm with you. Right. I mean, like, make up your fucking mind. Like, do you want... The thing is that I think that they're obviously doing that because what they're saying to everybody is Russia needs to accept our new terms, which it won't accept. And then Russia will, like, seize control of Ukraine, basically. You know, they'll make a beeline for Kiev and they'll hold Kiev, and then everyone will be like, look, they've taken Kiev. It's time for Poland to go to war with Russia. The German bourgeoisie is still prepared for war, full throttle. Yeah. That's definitely going to work, isn't it? There's definitely an appetite for war amongst the general populace of, you know, able-bodied soldiers who are of military age in the Imperial Corps. Like, everyone that I know who's 18 to 35, or like, I don't know, what is the age, 18 to 40? Everyone who I know who's 18 to 40 is absolutely slobbering at the idea of getting a fucking AK and being mowed down. This time the German army will definitely reach Moscow. Just crazy, man. It's just absolutely fucking crazy, isn't it? It's 36. Oh, baby! Fucking... As long as we don't declare Russia war on Russia in 2 days, I'm fucking gravy. I'm fucking gravy. Hell yeah, dude. It's fucking Dad's army for me, lads.
And because it was
It's fucking Dad's army for me. I mean, to be fair, Dad's army would just get fucking bombed, right? They would just fucking like, oh, what's that? A military base in the UK that's supposed to defend against invasions. Fucking nuke that.
by military force, ultimately. And you know, I suppose...
No, that's what I mean. Yeah,
world,
Dad's army. They stick you in the reserve, in the fucking the homeland defense, don't they? It's probably prison camp for me, yeah.
Genocide. How cynical it is.
Please hold off till August next year, right, Emmy?
Yes,
yeah.
There was military force. There was a
Modern Dad's army would just drive drones all day. Ain't no way I'm doing that shit.
Use of force
What
that has
I mean
been...
by
I'm gonna be like, what's his face from actual Dad's Army, the show? You know, the guy that just has like an anxious breakdown every 2 minutes. The Scottish fella. He's like, we're doomed. I'm just gonna be like that guy and just like really pretend to be like super psychologically damaged and just be like, I can't do it, we're doomed. If I do this, it's gonna cause World War III. That's just how I'm gonna go. That's how I'm gonna do it. Me to my 20-something co-workers immigrating to Slovenia to avoid getting drafted in Serbia. Yeah, I got bad news. Just don't tell them your name, yeah. A show about gammon 60-year-olds being conscripted into a World War III drone piloting unit would be really good. Do you know what? I think it actually would. Dad's Army 2026.
ongoing for decades.
This is not a situation in which the outside world
years.
came in and said, right, break it up, we're going to sort out the future. This was effectively a military victory by Israel, aided by the United States, and then
shoot myself in the foot to get out. No, I would never do that.
And enter a political process.
It's more of...
I think that my strat would literally be like, I wonder if there's any footage of this. Is it 2003? Yeah, these guys. This is my strat. The clandestine insurgent rebel clown army. An anti-authoritarian left-wing activist group primarily active from 2003 to 2005 in the United Kingdom, the Clown Army used clowning and non-violent tactics to act against corporate globalization, war, capitalism, heavy policing of protests, and other issues. Circa emerged from the direct action movement in London in 2003 in response to President George W. Bush's visit to the United Kingdom. The Clown Army was founded by Lawrence M. Bogad, Colonel Oath Truth, J. formerly John Jordan. I actually know this person. Hillary Ramsden, General Confusion, Theo Price, Matthew Trevelo, Jennifer Version, and Zoe Young. Circus protest against George W. Bush's 2003 visit to the United Kingdom was announced on the premise that the Clown Army would storm Buckingham Palace in a protest against the Queen, inviting the wrong sort of fool back in. The Clown Army paraded through the streets of London in a militant formation, following satirical orders of right, sneer, and left, spit. They marched behind the guards at the Tower of London and launched pink pretzels in reference to Bush previously choking on a pretzel at corporate buildings from a cardboard circus cannon. Occupation of Leeds. In response to the United Kingdom's incomplete withdrawal from Iraq in June 2004, Circa occupied Leeds under what they labelled the Clown Provisional Authority in their anti-official communique, re the so-called handover of Iraq, June 2004. The Clown Army occupied the Leeds BBC HQ, the Labour Party offices, the Meneth Hill spy base, and the local armed forces recruitment centre, causing a scene and refusing to leave. I think that this has the maybe some pictures or footage. Oh, what is this? Taylor Francis Online. Oh no, there's no pictures of this. Basically, what they would do, right, is they would go to recruitment offices and like be in clown gear and be like, I'm ready to sign up, officer. It's my time. I'm ready to serve my country. And then as soon as they get given the pen, just like, you know, start writing your name and then just go, whoa! You know, like fart and you know, spit and you know, throw custard pies and shit everywhere. That's the way to do it. That's what I'm gonna be doing. You know? Someone is gonna like give me a fucking like Xbox controller for the drone pilot, and I'm just gonna be like, oh, I remember this. It's just like COD back in the day. What do? Oh, you get really mad and you throw it at the wall. And just shit like that. Just be silly. Just be like wacky and silly and whatever. You know? I think that's the only way to stand up against things like the army, you know? It's just crazy. Operation Ha Ha Ha. Circus Operation Ha Ha Ha, helping authorities house arrest half-witted authoritarian androids. Took place on the 6th of July 2005, the first day of the 31st G8 summit. During the mass protest organised by G8 Alternatives outside of the Glen Eagles Hotel where the summit was being held. The operation was intended to invert the expectations of how protesters would act. It was based on the premise that the police guarding the summit were not keeping protesters out, but rather keeping the dangerous members of the G8 inside. Rather than trying to scale the fences or break in to disrupt the meetings, rebel clowns helped build fences higher and guard where the members of the G8 were being detained. The clowns also created mobile roadblocks to disrupt travels to the G8 meeting. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It's great. It's great stuff. What do we want? Gradual change. When do we want it? In due course. My lapel pin shoots olive oil all over the forms, then I slip on it when it drips onto the floor. Yep. Hey, Beanie Gaby, how you doing? Hacking an aircraft carrier's navigational computer to play Wolfenstein 3D. Let's go. Yeah, exactly. Shit like that, you know? Shit like that. That's what you do, chat. That's what you do in these scenarios.
Victory of impunity and lawlessness than military victory. There has been a huge resistance inside the occupied inside occupied Gaza, is true. But the question is, what are the Palestinians supposed to do? Do the Palestinians have the right to protect themselves, to defend themselves?
Apparently
yes or
not.
no?
According to the way the international community
Well, but according to international law, this is why I say it's the success of law.
It's crazy that Christian is like, apparently not. Like, he's like, he does this pushback, and then he goes, apparently not. He's like, yeah, I guess you're right. And it's like, he's so frustrating to me, man.
Lawlessness, not of military force. This is the recognition of might makes right. Again, fine, but this is not where. This is not what would lead to stable and enduring peace. This is going to see more violence.
Do you believe that we should, as an international community, be engaging with the process, or are you saying the process is corrupt?
Yes, no, the process should be premised upon respect for international law.
Because different countries are engaging with it. The Arab world has clearly had some success in.
I mean, that is a legitimate tactic as well, right? You sign up. I mean, there's no way that I would be able to do it because they would look at all of my content. They would be like, oh, this guy. Unless the government is stupid enough to like nuke all of my VODs, right? Unless the government is like cracking down on left-wing voices and my Twitch channel gets completely banned, all of my VODs get fucking nuked, all of my videos get nuked and shit like that. If that happens, it would be fine to do this, right? But what you do is if like you don't have a paper trail of your political opinions anywhere on the internet, and all you post on Facebook is like, this is my cousin's wedding, and this is my dog, and shit like that, you know, just like basic normie shit, then what you do is you really, really earnestly and ardently apply to be like a nuclear fucking bomb dropper, or like a pilot or whatever, like, yeah, I'm ready to fight the war, and then you just have no intention of doing it ever, right? You're like, yeah, get me in the plane, Sarge, and then as soon as you get in the plane with that fucking nuke in the back, you just like take off and you don't land. you completely veer off course, you go to like the Antarctic, and you just fly around there until you run out of fuel, and I don't know, man, parachute out or some shit, you know? That's it.
Trying to shape what the board of peace will be. It looks like Tony Blair is not going to be taking a leading role on the board of peace, at least at the moment. So again, in terms of trying to, I accept you think this is a terrible piece, but in terms of trying to make progress, what do you think are the steps now that should happen?
Yeah, I hear Cuba is nice this time of year.
I'm not optimistic because...
Like I said to my MP for the hunger strikers, let's fucking go, Val. Hell yeah, proud of you, comrade. Great work.
191 members of the international community of the United Nations are bending backward in order not to upset the United States.
Hey, I said I was going to do it, didn't I? I said I was going to do it. Okay, chat, I'm going to write a letter to Lucy Powell, who is, by the way, the Deputy Prime Minister. Yeah? Alright. We're doing it, chat. You can use this as a template for your own MP, right? Dear Lucy, you sniveling sack of roach shit piss. I swear to God, there is nothing popular about you or the Labour Party or well that's what I'm doing, Mia. That's what I'm doing. I'm demonstrating to the chat. The first hurdle is showing respect to someone that you don't respect, right? And the way that you get around that is you get all of your emotions out first, and then you delete it, and then you write what you're actually gonna write. Okay, obviously I'm not gonna write that. Dear Lucy, it is beyond abhorrent that the Labour top ministers, including yourself, are refusing to acknowledge. Dear Lucy, lock the fuck in, motherfucker. It is beyond abhorrent that the Labour top ministers, including yourself, are refusing to acknowledge the plight of the Filton 24 and Bryce Norton 5, members of whom have gone on hunger strike, some 46 days ago, and the rest of them held on remand without chance of bail, despite only being charged with aggravated burglary. How do you spell that? Burglary. How the fuck do you spell that? Burglar. There you go. Burglary. Or assault. Thank you, chatters. Appreciate you. I never knew there was a comma when saying some XYZ days ago. Yeah, okay, alright. Yes, thank you, network. Hunger strike, some 46 days ago, and the rest of them held on remand without chance of bail despite only being charged with aggravated burglary or assault. This is the most flagrant abuse. This and the prescription, I'm going to include this, of Palestine action is... I'm not an English speaker, I thought I was learning something. Oh, right. Hey, listen, non-English speakers... well, you are an English speaker. You mean second language. English as a second language speakers are often far more aware of this grammar stuff because, obviously, you know... Shouldn't it be members of whom? Yes, you are right. You are right. Thank you for that. See, this is what I mean. People who speak English as a second language catch all this shit. This is the prescription of Palestine action is the most flagrant abuse of UK counter-terrorism laws when over 80% of the population of this country can see that it is, in fact, the genocidal state of Israel. I hate the fact that I'm putting it in capital letters and not quotes, but never mind. That has been accused of genocide and has been found to have been likely to have engaged in it by the highest court in the world. The Filton 24, Bryce Norton 5, and Palestine Action in general were looking to end our country's complicity and participatory nature in literal war crimes and genocide. The entire country can see this, and the hypocrisy of the Labour government's words, paltry. What would it be? Like a paltry, oh my god. Paltry move to recognize a Palestinian state when there are still crimes against humanity, starvation, displacement, and detainment. What's the detainment without trial or charge in the occupied territories? It is absolutely crazy to me that the Labour government... You gotta write shorter sentences. No. It's absolutely crazy to me that the Labour government will not just make the easiest decision in all of history, in all of modern history, and sever all ties with the genocidal entity known as Israel. Not only would it save your reputation as politicians, but it would also likely result in a shorter sentence for Keir Starmer and the other Labour ministers who have been complicit and turned a blind eye to genocide. I'm writing this to my MP, Naptaker. Hello. Seems absolutely crazy to me that the Labour government will not just make the easiest decision in all of modern history and sever all ties with the genocidal entity known as Israel. Not only would it save your reputation as politicians, but also likely result in a shorter sentence for Keir Starmer and other Labour ministers who were complicit and turned blind eye to genocide at The Hague. Everyone in philosophy knows that the longer the sentence, the bigger the brain. Yes. I urge you to meet with the representatives of the hunger strikers and give them, what would be the word? Concede to their demands? Concede to their extremely reasonable and based in human rights and international law, to extremely reasonable demands which are simply based in human rights and international law. You have the power to make a great change for the people in this country. Your constituent, and I'm not going to put my full legal name on there. But here's the thing, right? The reason that I'm doing this chat is to show you just how easy it is, right? But what I would say to you is that you don't even need to write 4 paragraphs. You don't need to do this. You could simply send an email that is literally just this. Yeah? Dear Lucy, it's beyond a borrowing that the Labour top ministers, including yourself, are refusing to acknowledge the plight of the Filton 24 and Bryce Norton 5, members of whom have gone on hunger strike some 46 days ago, and the rest of them held on remand without chance of bail, despite only being charged with aggravated burglary or assault. I urge you to meet with the representatives of the hunger strikers and concede to their extremely reasonable demands, which are simply based in human rights and international law. You have the power to make a great change for the people in your country. And in fact, I actually might just send this. Your constituent, Donkus Jonkus. I know it's a stylistic choice where it carries the anger, but I can't deal with run-on sentences, a whole bunch of sub-sentences resulting without the shadow of a doubt and increased legibility, which is given the goal of being understood as it usually should be, is the better strategy. That whole paragraph that you just wrote in my Twitch chat was exactly what you were describing. There were no full stops in that. You just did the whole thing. Oh, that was a joke. Right, okay, yes, you were joking. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, but, like, here's the thing, Mia. She's not gonna read this. She's not gonna read this. That's the whole thing. She's not gonna read it. So there's no point in caring about any of that stuff. And, to be honest, I'm probably just gonna send this. Due to being, I should change this to due to being held on remand without chance of bail until their trial. All of this despite only being charged with aggravated burglary or assault. I urge you to meet with representatives of hunger strikers to concede their extremely reasonable demands, which are simply based in human rights and international law. I think this is fine. Yeah, I'm gonna send this. Chat, you know, if you want to use this as a, like, you can basically change this. You could basically change this for your own MP, right? So I'm just going to literally do that right now. I'm going to share it to the chat. Yeah, whatever. Dear Lucy. Anyone with the link can access it, right? Chat, there you go. Just copy and paste it. Just get in there, copy and paste it, change it to mean your stuff, right? Change the name to be the name of your MP. And, you know, you can also change it to, like, if your MP is a Conservative or if your MP is a Lib Dem or a Green, you could change it to be like that, right? Make the boy sign it. Yeah, just put in a little paw print. Melpert Jelpert. Melpert Jelpert Mule. That's his full name. Okay, anyway, there you go, chat. It's as simple as that. Just do it. It's not about the content of the letter. It's not about the content of what you're saying. You're not going to have the magic words that is going to make your MP just, like, change their mind and be like, oh, suddenly I love Palestine, right? You're not going to do that. It's about sending... It's about being part of a larger whole, a broader part of society that are actually sending an overwhelming amount of letters to their, you know, to their representatives, and them going, shit, a lot of people are not happy with this. That's what it's about. It's about letting your representative know that there is a bunch of people in their constituency that are not happy with this, and that's what you got to do. Listen, if I have to live with my run-on thoughts, I'm going to make it every reader's problem too. That's only fair. Yes, exactly. Isn't his name Delpert, Jelpert, Melpert Mule? Yes, it is. That's correct. All right, let's crack on with this.
States and Israel with it. So it's very difficult to enforce international law.
Melpert, Jelpert, Squelpert.
While one state, the United States, calls the shot. And no one reacts against it.
If the Saudi prince, MBS, is on the board of peace, where does that leave the concept of international human rights?
Why can't the Palestinians rule themselves? Is it that foreign to us, the idea that these people in 2025 can be treated as... an independent
because someone said the plain text of that on the Discord. I can do that for you.
Because this plan reproposes an anachronistic idea that the Palestinians have to be handled by someone.
So you don't believe this plan would ever lead to self-determination?
No. I'm certain. I'm certain because if there was an interest in accompanying Palestinians, in guaranteeing that the Palestinians enjoy their self-determination, and this is key, this is why I insist, there would be an adherence, a conformity with what the International Court of Justice has already decided. The International Court of Justice, you remember, sorry, let me open a parenthesis. Do you remember last time I was here, we were discussing genocide and you were objecting that the International Court of Justice has not concluded that there is genocide. And I was saying, yes, but this doesn't matter because according to international law and the Genocide Convention, as long as there is a risk of genocide or incitement to genocide, something that the International Court of Justice has recognized.
Yo, no worries, Mia. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you.
This is when the obligation to prevent kicks in. Now, we are at the phase where the International Court of Justice has already pronounced itself, saying the occupation is unlawful and member states cannot aid and assist economically, financially, militarily, strategically, politically these states. So you see, the starting point should not be what is politically convenient to the United States, accompanied or not, supported or not by Arab states. It doesn't matter. Yeah. It doesn't matter.
That's the way that we have to always lead into these kinds of conversations. It's just so important that we frame it as what it is, which is, yes, it is the starting point, or it's the starting point of what is convenient for the United States. Do we just email it to our town MP or our county? You could do both if you want. Your town council probably won't have much of a of a sway, right? They probably won't have much of a sway to actually do anything about it. So I would recommend sending it to your member of parliament in the House of Commons. And if you don't know who that is, who is my MP? I think you can just find that on the gov.uk website. Yeah. Find your MP, There it is in the chat. All you do is you put in your postcode. And so, for example, like if you live in M16 Manchester, oh, you have to put in like a full postcode. Okay, I don't know what a full postcode in Manchester would be. 10 MPs that it could be. M16. Wait, why would Kemi Badenoch, Northwest Sussex, M16? That's so weird. Jen Craft, Thurrock, Marie Goldman, Liberal Democrat in Chelmsford, Alex Berger in Brentwood and Ongar. You have to put in your full. You have to put in your full postcode, right? You have to put in your full postcode. The M16 Northwest Essex is probably going to be like, I don't know. Essex is like ES9 or something, isn't it? Or whatever. I don't fucking know. Anyway, use that website to find your MP. Okay.
They turn
Is
around
the
and say-
realization
Hi,
of the
Issa, how
right
you doing?
of, self-determination of the Palestinian people.
And when they turn around to you and say, well, okay, but the last time there was an election, they voted for Hamas, and look where that got us. What's the answer?
I think that this is not correct. This is a brutal simplification of matters because and this is not to defend Hamas or anyone, it's just
It brings up my town's one. Right, well, you know, the question that you asked was, do we email it to our town MP or our county? That's not how it works. MPs have like a constituency, right? So like, if you just put in your postcode, it'll tell you what the MP is for your constituency that you're in, right? So like, you know, MPs, they don't rule by county. There isn't like an MP for Lancashire or an MP for like Greater Manchester, right? Like in Manchester, there are like fucking 40, 50 MPs, right? So that's how that works, basically. So it will bring up your constituency that you're in.
let's put the Hamas aside, because in this part of the world, the word Hamas generates such an emotional hysteria that doesn't allow to progress in the discussion. But
Yep, she's right.
there were no elections until 2005, and back then the Israeli occupation had been there for many decades, oppressing and ruling through military rules governing through military rules the Palestinians. So why after the elections there was no acceptance of the vote? This would not be the first time the international community didn't agree with an election. That opposition from the Western world and Israel was strategic to break through the Palestinian secular political component. And in fact, there are even Israeli commentators and former prime ministers who said that, in fact, Hamas has been used as an excuse to divert the political attention, or rather the attention from the peace process to a security response. So Hamas has been a very convenient card that Israel has pulled to maintain the occupation.
But also
look
even
at
if
who the Israelis have voted. You have someone who, as Ben Gvir and Smotrich, but even, I mean, look at the Israeli society keeping in power people who are wanted by the ICC. I mean, this is called self-determination, right?
Yeah, and like, you know, you have to always call out those double standards. It's like, oh, what? Like you think that like Hamas are bad? Right? Well, here's the thing. Guess what? There are lots of people who think that the Labour Party is bad. There are lots of people abroad who don't like the Labour Party in the UK. Does that mean that you know, the UK should not be allowed to have our own elections, and that we should let an international committee decide what our government is? Is that what we should do? It's just that whole thing of self-determination. I mean, it's like, that's why she's referring to self-determination, because you have to understand that, like, self-determination is not like you do what we say. It's the opposite of that. It's like, no, we'll do what we say, actually. and govern ourselves.
So why the Palestinians shouldn't be able to determine themselves and elect whom they want?
Right, but if you try to hold an election this year, this coming year, there aren't any political structures or parties or campaigns.
Yes, there are. There are loads. You're so ill-informed, dude. There are literally so many. Fucking hell, bro.
Groups or philosophies that people can.
And also, if you're talking about the fact that, like, oh, well, you know, there are, but they're not well organized. Oh, I don't know, man. Maybe that's because there's just been a fucking genocide. And maybe the fact that there's been a genocide means that this kind of thing shouldn't be rushed. Email sent. Great work, Steph. Great work.
Unite around, are there? There's no political culture around which you can suddenly say, okay, have democracy.
Krishnamba,
And also, oh, here we go.
what do you...
Political culture around which you can suddenly say, okay, have democracy.
Krishnamba, what do you care? I mean, why do you all of a sudden care for Palestinian internal self-determination? Can we just
I'm
mind
saying
our business?
You're saying, why don't we let them determine themselves?
I'm
now?
not saying that. This is international law, and this has been the case
Yeah.
Exactly.
for over 100 years.
But
in
if you
fact.
say, okay, let's deliver that instead of a long transitional peace plan, which is what is currently being proposed, is it practical?
It doesn't matter. It's legal. This is the only legal path. And you see, this is
Well,
the...
practicality matters, doesn't it?
Practicalities matter when legal arguments are distorted in order to accommodate political convenience.
Yes,
no one
correct.
cares about the governing abilities of the Palestinians. No one, because no one cares about the Palestinians for real.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we wouldn't leave 2 million people in the abominable conditions they are today.
But I mean, and this may sound very simple.
If you're clicking the little sound effects, I don't think we can hear them. Wait, what? When? Like that? You can't hear that? Oh, it's been turned down loads. Why was it turned down so much? There you go. I think I did that by accident yesterday. I love this woman. Is there a link to this video? Yes. Thank you, chat. Thank you for helping me with that. Yeah, I don't know why that happened.
Cynical, but hasn't the last 2 years proven that for most world governments, international law is not supreme? That is not the most important thing in their minds. They believe.
What argument is this, Doug? What fucking argument is this? Ah, well, Israel has violated international law many times, so why the fuck should any of us give a shit about international law? Surely anyone could just do whatever they want. That's a great argument, bro. Like, absolutely, like, the big brains are back in town, man. The big brains are back in town. Multiple COVID reinfections have definitely not affected people's ability to think laterally and reasonably.
Believe in realpolitik, in workable solutions, and if that is not in line with international law, well, too bad.
To an extent, I agree with you. The last 2 years have proven that not all governments, because, excuse me, there are governments in the global majority,
Yes.
otherwise known as the global south, that have called out the genocide, that have started to cut ties with Israel, economic, military, and political ties. So let's reframe it. The last 2 years have demonstrated that the majority, not even the totality, otherwise we would invisibilize states like Slovenia and Spain, the majority of Western governments, primarily
Yes.
yours and mine, are very fine with the continuous trashing of international law. And at the same time, these 2 years have proven another thing, that, you know what, 450 millions of Europeans are not fine with it. And this is
Yep.
why they are protesting. They are protesting the genocide from universities to working places. And they've been protesting for over 1 year now. And the response of the so-called liberal democracies, look at these countries, is criminalizing journalists, criminalizing activists, or in Germany, beating up demonstrators day in and day out, or in France, preventing academic conferences to take place. So, you know, Gaza and Palestine today have put ourselves in front of a mirror and are telling us who we are as individuals, as societies. And frankly, look at again, before thinking of what the Palestinians would be ruled by, look at the governments we have, who have been teaching and preaching international law and human rights worldwide.
In our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians.
Until
the reason that is a common chant at protests, you will hear it. In our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians. In our millions, in our billions, we are all Palestinians. The reason that they say that, right, is because the way that Israel is allowed and permitted to treat Palestinians is the way that Western governments, and any government really, if they want to ally with Western governments, will be able to treat their citizens. That's what that means. It is also a call to have empathy and understanding that we are, in fact, all human beings together, regardless of what we look like, right?
They were put on a test. We should step out of this colonial posture. And this is the other thing. For the first time, I mean, if there is one thing that this genocide has led us to that makes me be optimistic, is the awakening. For the first time, there is a global awakening of what genocide is. It didn't happen with the genocide in Rwanda. It didn't happen with the genocide in former Yugoslavia. This genocide has provoked a global outcry. And doesn't matter how hard so-called liberal governments push on their citizens to obey and look away. People don't bend because they see the humanity of the other and their own humanity sacrificed in Gaza. And so maybe things will change also politically for us. I want to live in a system which is coherent, where international law is respected for the Israelis, for the Palestinians, for myself, and for you. Is it that much to ask in 2025, Krishnan?
Well, I mean, isn't the trouble that, you are then in a situation where you say, well, the law should be supreme, and it doesn't matter about whether practicalities mean it's too difficult to deliver. You get into a very purist position when...
Oh my God. Brother, you cannot be doing purity is the antechamber of fascism about international law. International law exists to prevent war, right? That's what it's about. War is related to fascism. Imperialism is fascism, is capitalism. That's what it's about, right? My man is be like, well, this is a very purist position, and purity is the antechamber of fascism. Like, dog, I need you to be so for real right now. Like, he's being like, practically, what can we do for Gaza? Practically, what we could do for Gaza is we can stop giving money to Israel. Dead easy. If you want to talk about practicalities, let's talk about sanctioning the Zionist entity.
There is actually a process that you can engage with that you can try and make better. Are you in danger of making perfection the enemy of the good?
That's so scary.
Like, at the start, he just like... He didn't even really know what he was gonna say. Like, you could tell, but like, listen to the way that he starts the sentence, man. It's so fucking funny.
Mean it's too difficult. You are then,
Ask in 2025, Krishnan.
Well, I mean, isn't the trouble that you are then in a situation where
like his brain was working overtime to come up with the absolute brain boy take of isn't it perfection to adhere to international law? Isn't perfection becoming the enemy of good? And she's so right. That is scary. Like, what a scary thing for him to say.
So scary. That's so scary.
Well, I mean, it's. I suppose maybe
Applying
it is
the
scary.
law is
maybe it
purism?
is scary, but maybe it's also the reality of where we are.
And Krishnan, if someone breaks into your house, you call the police and the police comes and arrests you instead of the aggressor, wouldn't you be appalled and call for others to react and to protect you and to help you? This is the situation of the Palestinians.
Yep.
This is the situation.
Spot on. It's as simple as that, dude. Yep, shit, fuck, how do I get this back on track to neoliberalism? Yeah, I'm so sorry, actually, I'm getting paid to defend the status quo, so I have to do that.
Of the Palestinians. And again, for me, I have no stake in this other than being a human rights expert who's been asked by the United Nations to look at what happens in the occupied Palestinian territory at the worst possible moment in history for the Palestinian people. And I have been the quasi eyewitness of a genocide, documenting it day after day. And so, no, I don't think that asking for the application of basic rules of international law is purism. Actually, it's pretty basic.
Yeah, it's like 101 stuff. The idea of international law, it was right, the International Criminal Court exists because the crimes of Nazi Germany, right? I'm getting that right, aren't I, chat? International Criminal Court. Oh no, sorry. It was actually in 1998. I didn't know that. Establishment of an international... Oh, no. The establishment of an international tribunal to judge political leaders accused of international crimes was first proposed during the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, following the First World War by the Commission of Responsibilities. That's why. And then it was addressed again at a conference held in Geneva under the auspices of the League of Nations. So then, after the Second World War, the Allied powers were like, right, tribunals, we're going to accuse Axis leaders of war crimes, International Military Tribunal, Nuremberg... and then International Military Tribunal for the Far East in Tokyo. And then in the United Nations General Assembly recognized the need for a permanent international court. So then they drafted a statute which was the International Law Commission. But then in 1998, loads of stuff happened in, over time then. But then in 1998, they were like, right, the Rome Statute, this is it. We're doing the International Criminal Court. And it's just so crazy, man. It's just so insane. It's so insane that, it's just really basic stuff, man. It's just really basic stuff. I have no stake in this other than being a human rights expert. Sounds like such a funny backhanded sentence. She's so based. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's it. She's literally like, the only reason that I'm here is because I get paid to investigate this genocide and look at the crimes that Israel is committing. And I've done that every day for the last 2 years. In fact, I've done it for even longer than 2 years. And guess what, man? It's really bad. And it's actually super simple. As she said, if someone breaks into your house and you call the cops and then the cops come and arrest you, you would be like, damn, this sucks, dude.
Peace and stability.
But international law has been defied in Israel for 40 years.
And maybe this is the end of it. May this be the end of it. Because Israel's propaganda doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore. It keeps on being used.
What makes you think this is the end of it, given...
Okay, chat, I gotta go to the toilet real quick. I'm not gonna be too long. Use this opportunity to stretch your legs, go outside, take your meds, get some water, yada, yada, yada. I will be back soon.
There are a lot of crows around here.
Those aren't crows. Those are northern ravens. The Inuit and other Native Americans worship northern ravens as creator deities. Some say that ravens have the power to predict death. The great poet Marlowe wrote about them in the 16th century. Thus, like the sad presaging raven that tolls the sick man's passport in her hollow beak, and in the shadow of the silent night doth shake contagion from her sable wings.
That's pretty gloomy, Master.
I should make dinner. No food corner in this stream, so I forgot to be hungry. That's true. I didn't watch any food-related content today. Chatters, there's an ad break coming in 6 minutes. If you want to miss the ad break, please consider supporting me and subscribing. You can do it for £5 a month, or you can use your Amazon Prime if you've got that link to your Twitch account, and you can chuck me a free sub. It's free for you. But I still get a bit of money. If you want to miss Bezos books entirely, then you can hit me up with the tips. Subbing off Twitch, using my PayPal. The PayPal link is in the chat right there. Please consider doing that. And it means that I'll be able to pay my bills, pay my rent, and I won't have to rely on Universal Credit, which I have been doing for some time. And yeah, it's looking like... It's looking like it's going to be scrutinized a little bit in January, and maybe I might not get the same amount of benefit as I have been getting, so not sure about that. But they have also tasked me with trying to make minimum wage via my streaming and YouTubing. So currently, most months, I make an average of like £1,000. So like, I have like... the £500 that I get via donos, and then like the subs equates to like what is the subs? It's like 80 subs, 8 times 5, 40. It's about £260, depending if I get like some overspill or whatever. And then I get like an extra £190 on Patreon every month. So I get about £1,000 a month, and it's kind of topped up a bit with. Yeah, it tops it up to national minimum wage, which is like an extra £400, basically. So I need to be earning another £400 every month, essentially. Obviously, I don't expect my audience to be achieving that for me right now, but yeah, we got to try and grow the stream, grow the stream, chat. So I say that we've got to try and do it. That's basically on me. Krill with the £10.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Krill, thank you so much for donating £10. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Also means 100% of the money that you donate comes to me as well when you do that. Thank you very much, Krill. I appreciate that. I actually watched the Sonic the Hedgehog OVA that alert is from this weekend. I forgot to mention that. I rewatched it. It's very funny. And I would highly recommend watching it. Hey, Zach, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. I like your new emote, man. I like this grow emote. That's real nice. That's real nice. Everybody go follow Zach. Utter legend. Lefty streamer from down under. Okay, yeah. That's the call to action. The ads start in 3 minutes. So, if you've not got a sub, get subbed up. If you can't do that, that's fine. Stick around. Maybe someone will gift you a sub. I am certain that will happen. Growing is a mission, though, for sure. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The only advice that I've got, I got the most ever views on my Twitch stream when I was getting some attention on my YouTube channel. So that would be my only bit of advice that I can give you. Do a bit of YouTube. Expand into YouTube. I'm not sure if you've got a YouTube, Zach, but think about making some YouTube clips of your stream and stuff, I would argue, is a good way to do it. Okay. Let's get back to this really annoying interview. How about that, chat? That's fun, isn't it?
Where we have ended up.
I said
where in your own analysis, we've ended up in a very pro-Israeli peace process.
Yeah, because this is because governments are complicit. Say, I documented the level of political, military, financial, economic, diplomatic, strategic support that 62 states to different extents grant Israel, which is the reason why the genocide continues, on top of the fact that there are so many businesses,
hell yeah, get it, Luna,
entities, banks, pension funds that are profiting from it.
Do you think the complicity that you have analysed will ever be called to account? And if so, how?
If human rights lawyers did their job, oh yes.
So give me an example. I mean, you in your report, you take Britain as an example.
Yeah.
She was being pretty, what do you call it? She was pretty schneidi there, right? She was being pretty sly. If human rights lawyers do their job, who was a human rights lawyer, chat? In the country that she is in, conducting this interview, who is a human rights lawyer?
Partly because of the flights that were made over Gaza by military aircraft and the information that was handed on to them.
Right, Zach, exactly.
How do you think that, you describe that as complicity, how can that ever be?
Yes, Keir Starmer was a human rights lawyer. Hey, Duke Blonde, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, her shade game is excellent. You know, like, it's the only way that you could possibly exist as a person after investigating the crimes of genocide that the so-called state of Israel has committed, right? Like, it's the only way that you could possibly fucking, like, exist as a person. Like, think about how fucking irony poisoned we are in this chat. In the broader Twitch community, the broader Twitch politics community that has been covering the genocide, that has been criticizing Zionism, criticizing capitalism, criticizing Western imperialism for the last 2 years. We're all fucking irony poisoned as fuck. Francesca Albanese is just a Twitch chatter. She's just a Twitch streamer. That's all that's happened. She's just a political Twitch streamer.
Prosecuted?
Through domestic courts or an international court. Everyone should respect the law. And this is why I think that government officials in an ideal world will have to be accountable for what they have done in supporting the genocide. Look, would you have imagined a Nuremberg trial in 1935 or 1936? Probably not. And then there was, and this was the first time that, for example, industrialists, people involved in providing the tools, the chemicals that were used in the gas
Zyklon B,
Nazis, they were brought to trial. Would you have imagined one day to have standards applicable to businesses, not so as to make make sure that they would comply.
Oh, we have to make this happen, chat.
While the old argument was, oh, only...
We have to make it happen. Like, I cannot begin to tell you how much I would be cheering on a fucking trial where fucking Elbit Systems, all the people who like run Elbit Systems have to stand there and go like, you know, a fucking lawyer is there and they show him a picture of the drone and they go, this is one of your drones, correct? And they go, yes, it is. And they say, so this drone was equipped with an ability to have a loudspeaker put into it. That's how you built it, right? Yep. Right. Do you know what these loudspeakers are used for in Israel? No. Right, okay, well, here we've got a conversation recorded with you and the Israeli Foreign Ministry, right, that says that they said that what we're going to do is we're going to use terrorists' voices to lure them out of hiding and shoot them, right? So we're going to mimic terrorist wives and children's voices to lure them. This is recorded, and it like plays on a screen and they're just like sweating. They're just like sweating as fuck. And then Bibi Netanyahu does that shit. The fucking... This fucking guy. What's his name? Slobodan Praljak? Praljak? Bibi Netanyahu just does this shit.
It was meant to be a straightforward appeals judgment, but the UN War Crimes Court quickly turned to chaos, seconds after the judges upheld Bosnian Croat military leader Slobodan Prajak's 20-year sentence.
Stop, please. Please sit down.
Monsieur le Président, notre client dit qu'il a bu un poison ce matin.
Proceedings were halted and the curtains brought down, leaving the courtroom in a state of confusion. Several emergency workers rushed into the building carrying equipment in backpacks, and an ambulance was later seen leaving the tribunal.
My man drank a poison at his war crimes trial. I reject your verdict of not guilty. I reject your verdict of guilty by drinking this poison. Like, come on, man. What the fuck is going on here? Yeah, what is this recommended video? What your ball size says about you? Big versus small? What's going on? Why is that there? Chat, I don't look at stuff like that. I don't watch things like that. What does it say? I don't know, Leary. I don't want to know. I don't give a fuck about the size of my balls. Also, hello Susie, hello Leary. I unsubbed from that science channel years ago. I hate the bizarre pop science things. I'm not subscribed to these! I'm not subscribed to this channel. I can't control what size my balls are. No one can control what size their balls are. How did he get poison into the trial anyway? It was like 1997, wasn't it? So there were none of the like terrorist laws and shit like that like prevent people from doing things like that back then. So he was just allowed to take in like a nice drink. It was like it looks like it's like a shot. It's crazy actually that he like managed to get away with it, because it does, right? It looks like a shot. It's absolutely crazy. Also, this guy looks like if David Lynch took steroids. Back then I could cross the American border with just my driver's license, yeah. I've had some rakia that basically tasted like poison. Did she say this morning, so does that mean he took it before the trial? No, the trial was in the morning. I think it's a translation error.
Stop, please. Please sit down.
Monsieur le Président, notre client dit qu'il a bu un poison ce matin.
Ce matin means like... Yeah, it's just like the literal translation is like this morning. But it could just mean now. Like, I don't think in French they say maintenant for like this second. Like he's just drank a poison. I don't know. Maybe. I could be wrong. She's using it as now. Yeah. Yeah, you know, right, network. Right, yeah. Okay. Yeah, crazy. We gotta chat.
You are watching and listening to the...
We gotta have that happen, honestly. Not that particularly, but we gotta get this fucking... We gotta get some justice for Palestinians.
Only states have human rights obligations. No, everyone with an ounce of power is to respect international law, including businesses and multinationals, especially today where multinationals have...
I am innocent. I would drink poison to avoid judgment if I was guilty, yes.
More leverage and power than sovereign...
Oh, sorry, yeah. Would I drink poison to avoid judgment if I was guilty? Sorry, yes.
And are you using Nuremberg as an example of how it can take a long time to bring international justice? Or are you, as some people would suspect, also using it to compare Israel to Nazi Germany?
No, I'm not comparing Israel to the Nazis.
But you should! Oh, but you should, because they are! Come on, man! Come on, we could be better than that. We could be more sophisticated about it. What did the Nazis do? They vilified a fucking people who were living within their borders. What does Israel do? It vilifies a people that is living within its borders. Shoe fitting if the shoe fucking fits.
I'm comparing what happened after the Nazi fascist Holocaust. There was the Nuremberg tribunals, and then there were the Tokyo tribunals. But today, to what needs to happen today, the reality is different. We have an international criminal court which can prosecute, investigate and prosecute individuals for war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and the crime of aggression. That court is being impaired and attacked as we speak, so as to hamper justice. But still, there are national courts. And, as we speak, It's not that everything is grim it's not that everything is dark in the UK. There have been some positive developments in courts. There was an activist charged with terrorism that was acquitted recently. And again, this is why I say eventually
there were tribunals in the West, and then there was Yugoslavia's way of dealing with the fash. Yes, correct.
Justice might knock at the door of those who have betrayed it.
I mean, you say the ICC is under attack, and it is, with key people sanctioned by the United States. You are also sanctioned now, since our last conversation. How has that affected your life?
Badly. Honestly, it has, because it has affected me, because while I do what I do as a human rights expert, who's really making huge sacrifices to serve the United Nations, at the same time, I am treated as a criminal by the United States. I've been sanctioned, which means just for doing my job, which is even a violation if I were an American citizen. It's a violation of the First Amendment.
So how does it impact you?
It impacts, there is a travel ban. I cannot travel to the US, even in the exercise of my...
I mean, let's be honest here. Not much of a negative consequence, is it?
function. In fact, the last reports to the General Assembly, well, I had to present it from South Africa because I couldn't travel to the United States.
I think it's fine. You could just be on Zoom and present your reports on Zoom. I think that's fine. But also the UN should just relocate to somewhere else, They should just relocate to somewhere completely different. They should relocate to I don't know, one of the Sahel states or some shit and actually support Africa for once. Maybe we should have an African-centric UN, since there seems to be an overwhelming amount of human rights abuses that happen on the continent of Africa.
Also, it has, it imposes penalties on those who work with me. Anyone who's a US
Yeah, sanctioned by the USA for being too based.
Someone who works in the US, who has assets in the US, a US resident, who engages with me can face jail up to 20 years and penalties up to $1 million. It's huge. And the fact, and this
So what
has
does that mean?
implications.
You can't have banking or?
No, my bank account, I mean, I've been living in the US. I get.
Buddy, why doesn't he use his ears and his brain at the same time? This is so fucking frustrating. She just explained what it means, you fucking plank.
Gave birth in the US. And I was planning to return to the US. My daughter is an American citizen. She's US educated. She goes to the American school. Her dream is in a few years to go and study in the US. She cannot, because the moment she steps into the US, if the sanctions are not lifted, she will risk felony for having offered a present to her mama. Can you believe this? And also, the implications are felt by me as a European citizen in Europe, but also in someone who lives in Tunisia, because I cannot open a bank account.
So, Susie, the Hague Invasion Act, right, is a real thing. So, after the International Criminal Court was set up, and also, crucially, after 9/11 and the signifier that the US was going to go to war in Iraq, it's actually called something different. It's actually called American Service Members Protection Act. Now, ask yourself this. Why would George W. Bush want to protect American service members' nicknames, the Hague Invasion Act? Right? Hey, Carnos, how's it going? Welcome in. The American Service Members Protection Act, informally known as the Hague Invasion Act, a United States federal law described as a bill to protect United States military personnel and other elected and appointed officials of the United States governments against criminal prosecution by an international criminal court to which the United States is not party. Because it was a legal war, not just that, but also because they were committing human rights abuses. You know, shooting children and the like. Because they knew that it was an act of total imperialist dominance, and they were basically saying to people, like, you know, the USA knew that, like, the reason that Saddam Hussein was so bad was because they put him there, right? And they wanted him to be bad to destabilize the region, right? You know? And so they were saying to their soldiers all kinds of cracked shit. Like, if you see a child running towards you, if he's got his hands up, that's like a terrorist signature. It means that they've got bombs all around them, and they're telling everybody that can speak their language to get back. And so there were just like squaddies who were shooting up kids and shit, you know? Yeah, truckloads of gold bars that disappeared. There's a film about that. There's a literal film about it called Three Kings. It's got like Cuba Gooding Jr. in it or some shit, and like some other white guy. And it's like, it was called Three Kings, and it was like, yeah, what we did is we went to Iraq and we stole loads of gold and we got rich. And like, they just made a film about it. They were just like, yeah, this is fine. It's fine to do that. We looted this nation that we've destabilized. Yeah, was it Mark Wahlberg? I can't remember. And George Clooney and Mark Wahlberg, yeah. War is and always will be a racket, yeah. And the US isn't part of the ICC because most, if not all of their presidents could be probably tried successfully for war crimes, yes. Yes, here you go. The United States is not a member of the International Criminal Court. The American Service Members Protection Act authorizes the President of the United States to use all means necessary and appropriate to bring about the release of any U.S. or allied personnel being detained or imprisoned by, on behalf of, or at the request of the International Criminal Court. What this means is that if Bibi was arrested and put into The Hague, the U.S. could go to The Hague with a military force and demand his release, because Israel is allied personnel. BB is Allied personnel. Right? So that's where we're at. Introduced by U.S. Senator Jesse Helms, Republican from North Carolina, and U.S. Representative Tom DeLay, Republican from Texas, as an amendment to the 2002 Supplemental Appropriations Act for further recovery from and response to terrorist attacks on the United States. So again, as a result of 9/11, and because of the incoming war in Iraq. Hague Invasion Act, there you go.
Account anywhere, because it doesn't matter where you are. When it comes to banking, we are under U.S.
Not exactly
law.
sure what happened to Manuel
Why?
Noriega, who was tried in Florida and not The Hague. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Because they won't. You know, they don't want any of that shit happening. Like, if the U.S. can control what is happening, that's what counts. You know, the U.S. government wants to make sure that it has total control, total domination of any and all international law violations that it commits, or even international law violations that it says other people commit, right? So now you've got Trump talking about how Nicolas Maduro has stolen land and stolen oil from the United States, and he will say this was a war crime. And he could just say that because he's fucking Donald Trump, and any US president could get away with saying it. He's just saying it out loud. And he could say, well, he needs to be tried in a court. And what court is he going to be tried at? Not The Hague, because we don't believe in that shit. We don't believe in that fucking, you know, phony European bullshit. The Hague, what's The Hague? Fuck The Hague. All my homies hate The Hague. We're going to try him on American soil, brother.
I do a financial transaction that requires the SWIFT.
How would this ever change? Total international workers' revolution. A revolution of the proletariat. An end to capitalism, an end to the bourgeoisie, an end to imperialism. What Gustavo Petro said would be the army to save the world.
Virtually everything that is that happens internationally through international.
I'm all for it. Hell yeah, comrade.
Bad. There is a red flag, and so
welcome to the revolution, comrade.
Pose a risk on the banks.
Like, I'm not even. It's not even like this is what we talk about on this stream. This is what we talk about on Red Planet. Like, this is the reason that the US is able to get away with this stuff is because of the hegemony that it is demanded from the rest of the world. And it is all down to profit. It is literally all down to profit. The US would not be interested in Venezuela if there wasn't a bunch of oil there, but not just a bunch of oil there. Oil that goes to China and them being engaged in a capitalist war with China where they're trying to get as much. And the stupid thing is that it all comes from McCarthyism, this like hatred and fear of communism, where China isn't even really doing communism. They have a communist party and they are doing state capitalism, which is essentially what US liberals like to call capitalism with guardrails. But the Chinese Communist Party actually do have the guardrails. And the guardrails include things like, if you're found to be exploiting your workers or making way too much money, you get fucking executed. And the reason that they could do that so certainly, and listen, I don't agree with the death penalty, but the reason that they're able to do it so certainly is because, of course, there's a paper trail for that kind of thing. But, of course, the US will never do anything like that because, the US has always been about, well, we're not going to do capitalism in some commie way, in some Chinese, Russian communist way. We're going to do capitalism the American way, which means we just make unlimited money and it doesn't matter how many financial crashes we have because we'll bail out the fucking companies that get fucked over, and that'll be that. And then capitalism could just continue to happen and the workers will continue to be oppressed. Vietnam as well, they tried a billionaire but later reduced the sentence to life imprisonment. Yeah. Shout out Jimmy Lai. Yeah. Yeah, we spoke about him yesterday. Yeah. In fact, smuggling to China has gone up since Trump came back, hence recent ship seizures. Nothing Rubio tries is working. Yeah, correct. It's why America funds thousands of think tanks across the world to tell local media to print stories about how China is trying to conquer the world because America already conquered it and refuses to share. Yes, there could easily be an end to all the death and destruction in the entire world if America, and not just America, but the client states of the imperial core, so all of the European white Western states, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, Aotearoa, Australia, what's the other one? Canada. If they all just decided to just cooperate with other nations. Just cooperate with other nations. Just do fair trading with other nations. You know? It would be so simple. They could end it tomorrow, but they won't because it's all about power and, trying to maintain an imperialist domination over the entire world. But the thing is that America has lost the fight. America's lost the fucking fight, and it's still losing the fight. That's why it's going for this desperate war in Venezuela. Fuck it, let's just move on to that. Let's just move on. We're talking about it already, so let's just move on, right? UK chatters, if you haven't already, send an email to your MP using this link in the chat. That's a template. You could just copy and paste the text there. Email your local MP to tell them to meet with the hunger strikers from the Filton 24 and the Brides Norton 5 and concede to their demands immediately because they're reasonable demands that comply with international law. All right, let's talk about what's going on with the US and Venezuela. There's a breakthrough news video here with Richard Wolff, and we're going to watch it, and it's about Trump's Latin America policy and why it will fail. I'm sure you've all been watching all of your favorite streamers today and yesterday, and you all understand what has happened last night or yesterday when Donald Trump basically said Nicolas Maduro's government is now a terrorist organization, and we have a huge armada in the Caribbean, the biggest that you've ever seen, and he's doing an announcement at 9 p.m. tonight Eastern time, I believe. That is. So that would be... I think I'm going to be awake to watch it because I'm definitely not going to be sleeping early tonight. Which will likely be a declaration of war on Venezuela. So that's possibly what's going to happen. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have a look at some analysis of Trump's Latin America policy. Did Congress approve this war, or is Trump pretending this is not war? Yes. Correct. Lindsey Graham, I saw in an interview earlier, was freaking out and talking about, like, oh, we'll definitely approve this war. We'll definitely do it. We'll definitely approve the war. Don't worry about it. But yeah, he didn't seem so certain. And he was saying that, like, if we go to war, we have to make sure that Maduro is gone forever. We have to take him out. It's crazy stuff. That's 3 a.m. where you are. I'll probably be awake at 3 a.m. Yeah, I'm staying up late at the moment. It's the week of my birthday, so, you know, I'm staying up late. It's whatever, you know?
The era of the American empire is over.
Yes!
This document is interesting to me, as I think it is to many around.
Let's have that again, chat. Let's have that again, yeah?
The era of the American empire is over.
Come on! Yeah! Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hook it to my fucking veins.
This document is interesting to me, as I think it is to many around the world.
It's like Val was saying in the Red Planet chat. If America tries to do a war in Venezuela, it's going to be Uncle Sam's last dance. The military do not have the appetite for it. The military are underfunded. The military are, not excited. They have no problem with the Venezuelan people. They're not interested in any of that. There will be a certain amount that have this like anti-Latin American racism that has been pumped into the general right-wing fascist body politic over the last 10, 20 years. But it's been kind of like, they've been more thinking about like, Muslim migrants and stuff like that for the last 30 years, but only since the Trump presidency have they been thinking about South America, Mexicans, Latin American migrants, Hispanic migrants, right? And there has been a certain amount of manufacturing of consent by saying like, oh, all these people are evil, they're doing drug transfers and all this, they're selling drugs here and yada yada yada. I don't think it's enough to give the American military this kind of appetite to be able to wage a proper war. And even when there have been successful consent manufacturing campaigns when like the internet didn't exist, right? Like in Vietnam, people were like, I'm not going to war with them. And then there was a bunch of fragging and they lost the war. And it's like, come on, man. This is it. It's Jova, dog. It's fucking Jova. American politicians will say regime change is not what we're after, although it's exactly what they want. We'll never learn. Yep. The co-workers have been getting fired left, right, and center. They're all scared of losing their jobs. It's not exactly a strong leadership position, correct? And a significant part of the army is Latin American. Yes, exactly. There is the poverty draft as well in the army. Because a lot of people who don't have money and what demographic have the least money in America? Migrants, black people, indigenous people, right? So the poverty draft is particularly effective against marginalized people. Marginalized people going to war against people that they understand, people that they relate to. It's not going to go well. Golamanga says, did you talk about the president-elect of Chile? He's the son of a Nazi party member and the brother of one of the Chicago boys. No, I've not spoken about that, but it is absolutely like, it's completely relevant, to the way in which neoliberalism is desperately trying to like keep its fucking grip on South America, because neoliberalism will die in Chile. Tangential, but there's a lot of Venezuelan immigration in Chile. We've just elected an ultra-right fascist. Yeah, we were speaking about that, yeah. Raising my eyebrows at how the displacement situation in Latin America is going to look like. It's fertile ground for a revolution. I wonder how many military service members have actually been picked up by ICE. Yes, that as well, right?
Because it says anything new. But mostly because it makes explicit all kinds of things that we saw as implicit before. But when something is implicit, there's always the possibility you got it wrong, and they'll make an explicit statement that clarifies
also hide that dude,
your mistake. Well, this document, what it does is give me altogether new confidence in my own judgment, because what I thought was going on, they now say it. So here's what it is, in my words. The era of the American empire is over. We can't do it.
Yeah.
What you just read, we can't sustain a regulatory social welfare.
Whoa. Let's list this. Let's read this. They overestimated America's ability to fund simultaneously a massive welfare, regulatory, administrative state alongside a massive military, diplomatic, intelligence, and foreign aid complex. They place hugely misguided something. So, what that says to me is like, that is why Doge was absolute. This is why they want to get rid of Medicare. This is why Doge cut all of that federal spending. This is exactly what it was. This is exactly what it was all about. It was like, right, we're going to end all this federal spending. We're going to get a bunch of money. That's why Trump for the last year, all he's been doing is been talking about money. He's like, money. They found another billion somewhere. I said, is that a good billion or a bad billion? It's a good billion. It's always a good billion. That he's just been talking about that for the last year, right?
Ta-da system at home, and at the same time maintain 750 bases around the world,
Yeah.
the biggest military by far, and all the rest. We can't do it.
Yeah, it's unsustainable.
Put it another way.
Capitalism and imperialism, it becomes unsustainable, right? Becomes desperately unsustainable. Sounds more like the dipshits didn't realize you can't do the latter without the former and have decided to try anyway. Release the fuck around hounds, yeah.
We lost the war in Vietnam. We lost the war in Afghanistan. We're losing the one in Ukraine. Hint, we can't do it. But because it is unacceptable in the United States to ever speak about this country as failing to achieve something.
God, I love that they're using this footage of the military parade. You remember how fucking cracked that was?
You have to transform that language into something else. Democrats do it in their way, and the Republicans just did it in their way. The Republican way is to blame it on, get ready, the elites, which is wonderful because it sounds as though they mean people other than themselves, which is a wonderful move if you think about it. The elites, and by the way, most of the post-World War II Cold War interventionism was proudly proclaimed to be bipartisan in nature.
Yeah.
It was a truism of American politics.
Yeah.
We disagree domestically.
Agree internationally.
We are, all of that was never true, but it was the idiom. All of that is thrown out in order to have the enormous pleasure of blaming the decline of the empire, not on capitalism, not on the revolt of the third world. A mistaken judgment by bad people.
No, it was terrible, Susie, yeah.
Right?
And you know, this is what I mean, like Trump has the audacity to be like, we have the strongest armada in the history of the world, and it's like, yeah, okay, man, you've got aircraft carriers. We know about the aircraft carriers, right? But the last time we heard about a fucking aircraft carrier, Ansar Allah, a deeply less funded, like staggeringly way less funded and way less equipped than the military, the US military, that faction, Ansar Allah from Yemen, scared, like just scared one of the US aircraft carriers so much that it did a big spin in the Red Sea and a fucking plane fell off. Like, I'm sorry, man, but I don't think that you have got one of the grandest armadas that the world has ever seen in the Caribbean. I just don't. Based on knowledge and evidence.
Who writes a paper about an important historical event with that kind of an analysis, you give them a C-, right? Because this is too crappy. This is too simple.
On several occasions, Congress ordered more tanks than the U.S. military even wanted or said was necessary some 10 to 15 years ago, yeah.
Minded. What? You know...
Decking the carriers out in gold leaf.
But for me, here's the message I take away.
It's gonna get like that bit, like the stuff that's on the Oval Office, like that the crappy sign for the Oval Office that's like paper, and he's gonna put it on the U.S. Harry Truman, and it's gonna be in that like gaudy font, right? You know what I mean? People I care about in Venezuela, this helps me look at it more big picture instead of losing the point and the stress. Maybe that sounds cold, but I think it's important at a certain point. Yeah, no, I think it is important. I think that, like, it's really tough, right? And I wouldn't like, I've thought about you every single time I've looked at news regarding Venezuela because you've said that in my chat, right, Nat? And, you know, I think about all the time. I think, like, God, this is so bad in terms of thinking, like, there's people who I love who live there, and, you know, what is going to happen to them and shit like that. Sorry, excuse me. it's a terrible thing, and like, you know, I have a deep empathy for Palestinians, and like, you know, when I've looked at the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza and things that happen in the West Bank, you know, I'm always moved to tears by it, and it's like I find it very difficult to distance myself from things like that emotionally, you know what I mean? I just always have, because I think it's disgusting. That's why I'm a communist. I'm a communist because I believe that everybody in this world has a right to live a life. You know what I mean? Like, we don't understand what this world is. We don't understand what this existence is all about. But what we do understand is that we're here, we're conscious, it's beautiful, it's a beautiful, wonderful experience, and it can be a beautiful and wonderful experience, and we should make it that for everybody, and everybody should have the chance to do that. And that's why capitalism is the ultimate disease. It's the ultimate killer, because capitalism can only exist with imperialism, vice versa, yada yada. And that's why communism is the only answer, right? Yes, workers of the world unite. Internationalism is a founding principle of communism. But I'm glad that you can like look at the stream and see that analyzing it from an imperialist, anti-imperialist, internationalist, communist perspective is helpful. It doesn't change things for your family in Venezuela. And it doesn't change things for people in Palestine when I report on it, and we can look at it and we go, well, this is why this is happening. Sophie told me something really, really profound and meaningful, which will never go away. And that is that she says if she's ever scared about something, she learns about it a lot. And I guess that's why I do this, because I am scared. I'm a human being, right? You know what I mean? I think everybody is scared to a degree. And we fear for other people, and we fear for what's going on and what's going to happen to them and the suffering that might come as a result of this. But the way that you get less scared is you learn more about it, because we're more scared by unknowns, right? Things that we don't know about, like when is it going to happen? How is it going to happen? What weapons are going to be used? Why is it happening? And if we can eliminate some of those who's, what's, where's, and whys, we can understand it a bit better, and we can. And also it gives us ideas and inspiration to figure out what we could do to fight against it, right? Because, you know, the machine of war happens because factories make weapons. And if those factories stop making those weapons, the machine of war can't move. It can't do anything. So, something to consider.
We recognize we can't do it. And we are, in that way, more courageous than any of the others that come before us, because they couldn't even come up with this weird way of saying it. So we're going to come up with our weird way. Bad elites made terrible misjudgments, and that's why we're in the pickle we're in. Not because our empire is unsustainable.
Yeah, good point. Guess I'm a capitalist now.
Okay, so that's it. And number two, which you didn't quote, but which is, for me, just as important, is the long litany in that document, as in many of Mr. Trump's speeches, and likewise the speeches of Marco Rubio and Vance and the others, is this rewriting of history in which the post-World War II era is conceptualized not as the American empire, replacing all the British and the French and all the others, and the dollar, the currency of the world, and we dropped the atomic bomb. I mean, we are the dominant, the superpower. No, no, no. It's all rewritten. Now it is we have been taken advantage of. The Europeans abused us, the Canadians, and we're going to put a stop to it. We're going to put America first, as though the people who came before us, by some terrible mistake, put Zanzibar first, or some other cuckoo nonsense that's coming out of their mouth. Notice the rewriting of the history. We are breaking out of the subordination.
Sounded a bit George Carlin, yeah.
Placed into. if you read European newspapers, which I do every day, you will understand they are slowly working their way to the same point of view in reverse, that they were always subordinated.
Yes.
And even though that's not true, they have more of a chance to make that argument than the United States does.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
the European states could always argue like, shit, man, we were just going with the United States. You know, like the UK could just be like, sorry, we just thought that the United States were really smart and clever. We fucked up, man. We fucked up. In fact, it was the US that was dominating us as well. And that's kind of true to a degree. To a degree, right? Because I do not doubt that there have been times in history where the US president has threatened the Prime Minister of Britain, or even the King, and been like, you're doing this, bro. That's the end of it. You don't do this, we're gonna shoot a missile at the fucking Houses of Parliament or some shit. You know what I mean? Or we're gonna fund the IRA. I wouldn't put it past the USA, you know what I mean? So we'll think of the Imperial Core. Oh, yes. Yes, Trump primetime television address, 9 p.m. 9 p.m. Eastern, I believe.
this then justifies we don't have to pay any more lip service to any notion that what the United States is about is to bring liberty, equality, fraternity, and democracy to a backward world.
I think that the only smart thing that European nations could do right now is just forget the USA. Just forget about it, man. I just think that's the right thing to do. I think that if we had an ideal prime minister, like an ideal leader in the UK, the best smart thing would just to be like, you know what, man, we gotta do some trade and some diplomacy with China and Russia and Brazil. We gotta trade with BRICS. We gotta start thinking about BRICS. We gotta start thinking about cooperation. Like, pack it up, dog. The empire's done. Forget about it. Forget about Israel. Forget about everything. It's just like, you know, because none of this is smart. None of what the EU nations are doing is clever. You know, it's just not smart to just hang on to this, like, very obviously in crisis dominant power. You know, they're gonna drag us down, and it's just like, you know, the Imperial Core is cooked. We've been saying it for months on Red Planet. We've been saying it for fucking months. It started with Israel. It started with everybody. Like, I think it was so emotional for me to see, like, I cried when I was in the car with my mum, and she said, you know, what you got to remember, chat, is that my stepdad is like an ardent Zionist, and he always has been. He used to be a cop. He's probably still got a bunch of cop friends. And, you know, my mum would never talk about Palestine or Israel with him, because it's just like, you know, she doesn't believe in the zealotry of Zionism. And obviously he doesn't believe in, like, having any kind of empathy for anything else, right? So it's like, she would never talk, but like in the car with her, she was sat there with me, and she was going, you know, I've never wanted to, like, get informed about it because I know that I would get quite passionate, and it could lead me to having an argument with your stepdad. And but what I can see is that there is definitely, like, a genocide happening and crimes against humanity. And just her saying that, like, brought me to tears, because it was like, it's such a relief. It's just like, you know, you just know, it's like things are fucking changing, man. Like, Palestine will change the world, and it has already changed the world, right? You know, and it is just so sad that there's had to be, like, so much death and suffering to get to this point. To get to this point when pro-Palestinian activists have been, you know, screaming about this for decades. You know, Amnesty International, even before October 7th, 2023, was like, yep, Israel's an apartheid state. It does apartheid. You know? And Amnesty International is not great, but if Amnesty International is saying it, that's pretty fucking big, you know? It's a Western NGO, not a fucking, you know, West Asian NGO. You know. Just got back from something. Who said that to you? It was my mum. So yeah.
That's not.
It changed. It changed with Palestine. It changed with the entire world turning their back on Israel. And it's not necessarily the states that have done that, but the public have done it. And the public will continue to protest and make a problem for the state. You know?
That's the bullshit of those who came before us. They can't do it. Can't do it. And it was a ruse. We were ripped off.
It'll end soon, Susie. I guarantee it. People will see the way that the wind is blowing. There's already been people who've seen the way that the wind is blowing, and they've started like holding him at a distance. You know what I mean? Like, you can't look at like the kind of things that this guy says and just be like, yeah, man, like what a normal guy. You just can't, you know?
Not gonna. So from now on, we do what's in the interest of the United States, and it's very important. We're not going to be held back by any of that old rationale. And that's why it is perfectly okay to shoot.
You know what? He's so right as well, because Trump's entire shtick was make America great again. And you've kind of already failed. If you're running to be in the highest office of the land, right? If you're running to be in the highest office of the land, of the seat of Western Empire, you can't imply that America is not as good as it could be. Right? You can't do that. The idea of make America great again is like, you know, America is not great, you know? Like, that's why Nigel Farage is not going with make England great again or make Britain great again. He's not saying that shit because he's like, nah, man, we are great. We're a great British country. But because that, you know, that's what fascism is. Fascism is saying like we're simultaneously weak and strong. You have to keep the strong bit. You have to keep the strong bit. We're really, really strong. We got a really, really great nation, but Joe Biden, he's bringing it down. He's stopping it from happening. It was never that. It was like, this country's terrible under Biden. Can you believe how many he let in? Billions of people. There were billions of people. You can't move for the people. He let the whole world in. You know?
85 people in fishing boats outside of
God, it's
Venezuela.
85 already. It's 85 already.
You don't have to give him a lawyer, evidence, a jury, a judge. When I pointed out in one of the first times I addressed it, that here in the United States, when we arrest people convicted of drug trafficking,
that is a contrast of bumper stickers, yes.
Have a jury and have a judge. We never kill them. It's not a capital crime in the United States to be.
The sticker literally said, deny, defend, depose, kill CEOs. Did you get a picture? Please tell me you got a picture of that. I have to see it. I have to fucking see it.
Selling and buying drugs. You go to jail, you're going to have various penalties, but we don't kill them. Mr. Trump is demonstrating.
Oh, never mind.
We don't.
You'll catch it again, I'm sure.
National law, international law, that's all part of, you know what that is? That's like DEI at home. A fake, bad, un-American nonsense.
The woke ICC.
Have no use for. And I think that's basically what's going on. The only other thing I would add is that they know they can't do it.
I saw a car a few weeks ago that had Gerald Ford was a CIA pedo in huge letters on the back of it. Wait a minute. CIA pedo. Oh yeah. It's like one of these freaky fucking conspiracy theory videos. It's Jimmy Dore shit. It's fucking Jimmy Dore shit. This is like deep conspiracy fucking COVID ivermectin brain. Like, this person has like re-uploaded a Jimmy Dore show thing, and it's like, Kathy O'Brien, Freemasonry and pedo child trafficking. This fucking YouTube channel has 17 views. This video has 17 views, 297 subscribers. Kathy O'Brien, Freemasonry, pedo child trafficking, Gerald Ford and Pierre Trudeau, pedophiles. Look at the state of this description. That's massive. That's absolutely massive. Et cognoscetis veritatem veritas liberat vos, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Timeo denios et dona ferentis, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. I kind of really want to watch this, but not now. Not now.
Global scale. But they still want to do it.
Favorite bumper sticker I had was CIA cocaine import agency.
And
correct.
In Latin America. So you can see what I think is the same old American colonial policy, but now newly dressed up as if it were something new and different. By the way, on Venezuela, I think you should look for, or people should look for, the connection between all the posturing by the United States and the election in Chile. The election in Chile brought to power the son of a Nazi, who is the most extreme right-winger, makes Milei in Argentina look good.
Yep.
He admires Trump, and his basic claim is that the crime and other problems of Chile are the fault of immigrants, literally borrowing from Trump.
Yeah, there you go. That's how that's going to go, Network. You were talking about how is that going to go when there are a bunch of Venezuelan immigrants going to Chile now. And it's like, yeah, he's just gonna lie and say the same thing that Trump says. He's just gonna be like, yeah, it's all the Tren de Agua narco terrorists. It's just gonna be that shit, right?
With this different. He specifies the nationality of the immigrants. They are Venezuelan. And I think you're going to see some effort to mobilize these kinds of people, the Argentinians and the Chileans.
Yeah.
Because obviously he's got Mexicans and Brazilians who are not going to play that game with him.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to maneuver that. But we could see, look, there's a line in the document that says we're not going to allow foreign commercial interests into Latin America, or words close to that. What does that mean? The Chinese have invested huge amounts of money in Latin America.
Starts with C, ends in Heine.
Are we then moving to a world in which China will be one immense block and the United States will be another immense block? The Europeans will dissolve into nothing and we're going to be in a brave new world?
Uh-huh.
One of the points in the document is the era.
He's so right about Europeans dissolving into nothing. He's so right about that. That is why all of NATO is shitting themselves now and trying to mobilize the soft, weak, COVID reinfect, like 17 times in a row, COVID reinfection populations of the White West in Europe, right, into war. It's like, yeah, man, all of you, like, who are just like, nah, man, I just want to chill and be in a polycule and watch Netflix. Like, let's get you going to war. It's time for a bit of war, mate. Time for a bit of war. Fading away like the cinder baby, yeah. But you know, this is the thing. Like, when he says Europe will fade away, what he really means is that Europe's power will fade away. And that's good, because that means that there is fertile ground for an actual revolution to happen in Europe. Because what kind of resources does Europe have? None. We've had to do colonialism for the last fucking 500 years in order to build any kind of power in the world that has been imperialist. You know? So Seeing the French youth's reaction to possibly being sent to war has been genuinely really funny. Yeah, this is it. Like, no one is doing it. No one is fucking doing it. There is not one guy who is not currently in the army that is going like, yeah, man, we got to join up. Europe was literally built by non-Europeans, so no wonder we're going to fade into nothingness. Correct. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And I've been talking about this in like a deep, transcendent way for like some time, that like in England in particular, we have no idea what our actual indigenous identity is, right? We have no idea what kind of things, Boudica did. But Boudica wasn't even like English, right? She wasn't an Anglo-Saxon. She was Celtic, right? And Celts are like the Irish and the Scottish and the Welsh. England doesn't really have, like, we've been colonized so much that we just have like literally no identity, no idea as to like what do we hold on to, like what are we, where are we from, what do we do, what's our connection to this land, and it's like, no, we just like don't have any, because we fucking invaded it so much. And like, sure, now that we've lived here for like fucking almost a millennia or whatever, yeah, now we have a connection to the land, but it's just in this like, it's in this like bastardized way, and it's like, yeah, how are we gonna actually like figure out how to do shit? And it's just like, we just have to do communism, man. Like, it's the only way. It's the only fucking way. It's the actual only way. We just have to do communism, and make life easier for working class people, and that's that. It's just that.
Headline: The era of mass migration is over. And I looked at that and I said, well, by edict? I mean, because the era of mass migration is definitely not over, Richard. You have 60 million people are estimated right now to be on the move. That's greater than any number since the end of World War II, when people were on the move because their homes, their cities, their towns had been devastated by the magnitude of violence during World War II. They're on the move now because of wars, because of endless U.S. wars. They're on the move because they're not eating, or they can't eat. They're on the move because of climate change, which is real and really impacting people. The proclamation that the era of mass migration is over, in a way, becomes sort of a I
have to mention that I saw a sign for a barbershop yesterday. It said "Cuts, Shaves, Whiskey." Did you see the trendy barbershop Auntie Donna bit that I played the other day? You want a fucking beer, mate? You want to get a haircut? What about a beer? What about an espresso? What about a fuck? You want some fucking whiskey? Want an RPA?
Fascistic sort of call. And the point that
I just really need the haircut, to be honest, mate.
Chile, son of a Nazi.
Really just do with the trim.
As you said, is all about migration. It's becoming the go-to thing. If you look at Nazi propaganda in the sort of early part of the 1930s, the mid part of the 1930s, it wasn't only directed against Jews. And by the way, the Jews were identified as capitalists, like all the Jews were rich. But in terms of the real propaganda of the Nazis, it was against East European immigrants who had come and set up small businesses in Germany. They were different than the Germans. They were East Europeans, socially considered more backward. This hysteria against immigrants really kind of fed into the efforts by political parties of the far right to blame immigrants rather than to blame the real culprits, which in the case of Germany in World War, between the two world wars, was of course both the German capitalist class and then the victorious parties, the other capitalists who, quote, won World War I and imposed the Versailles Treaty on Germany. But we have this phenomena of fascistic or semi-fascistic propaganda. It doesn't mean Trump. I'm not saying the Trump administration is fascist. I don't believe that. I think the Trump administration's political program is going down the tubes, actually. I'm very optimistic that it won't work and it won't be accepted by the American people. It's not Germany 1933.
This is what I've been saying the whole time, right? It's different. History definitely moves in cycles. We were watching the Ilan Pape interview yesterday and the day before. Yes, absolutely. There are points in history where it's like, this feels kind of similar, and a lot of people are being like, well, it's been 100 years since World War II, 1926, 2026. We got the stuff going on. Do you know what I mean? We got the same kind of tensions, the same kinds of things happening. Russia, war with Russia, war with China. It's like, no, well, we didn't go to war with China, so I don't know what you're fucking talking about. And sorry, Melpert is distracting me, like shifting in between like the top. If you want to see what Melpert's doing, donate another £15 to the stream. Anyway, it rhymes, but like there just is not the same. There is not the same appetite for war, right? Because everybody is smarter. Or people could argue like, oh well, the reading age in America is like, or what do they call it? Like the average percentage of reading at a third grade level is like fucking 20% or whatever. Whatever number people use to be like Americans are stupid. They're still far more informed than they were in 1926, right? 1926, people didn't know that like black people were human, right? Like, well, people did, but white people were just like not. There was nobody like saying that kind of thing. There were like human zoos in 1926 in fucking New York, Coney Island, like human zoo. There was like a little girl from the Philippines, and everyone was like, "Wow, look, it's a kind of monkey." And it's like, what the fuck, bro? Like, it's different. Like, yeah, we've got fucked up shit, but like, people are far more informed. And generally, people are not willing to be mobilized to fight and die in a war. People are just like, yeah, I'm not really down for that, man. It takes the kind of complete countrywide psychosis that Israel does, and that is like a process of brainwashing that is so severe that they have to export it all around the world to Jewish communities everywhere in order to make it work, right? In order to convince Jewish people from like Germany to move to Palestine, get strapped up, and just murk children off, right? It's like a deep fucking brainwashing that they have to do, and of course it works because it happens, but it is leveraged with the memories of the Holocaust and stuff like that, and it's like you just don't have that for like the American people, the white people in America, the white people in the UK. It's just not real. Plus, America made fighting fascism part of its national historical narrative. Yes. Hey, Alejandro, even to this day, the whiteness of Eastern Europe is still up for debate. It takes being a Nazi for Western states to possibly grant that status. Yes, absolutely. That is very true. Yes, it made fighting fascism part of its historical narrative and then spread anti-Soviet propaganda everywhere. Yes. Right, that's the whole thing.
But there is an element of fascistic propaganda and agitation that working class organizations, unions, community groups have to stand up and reject, because this blaming immigrants for everything that's wrong. I looked at, by the way, before I give the floor back to you, I just looked at the Wall Street Journal this morning, Richard. It says Madison Avenue is about to be emptied out by AI. Now, the industry is the advertising industry accounts for like a huge part of the U.S. economy. It's $10 trillion in total economic activity. It supports nearly 29 million jobs.
What? Oh my God. Oh my God. This could be the thing that does it. Oh, that's crazy. That's so crazy. Because the whole thing about the AI bubble being precarious and having such an impact on the economy is because 80% of the US economy is tied up in it. And now they're pushing it to even further, even more, by taking over the advertising industry. The advertising industry. Holy fucking shit. 29 million jobs. Bro, what are these 29 million people gonna do? You gonna fucking give them a gun? What are they gonna do? Who are they gonna point it at? Venezuelans? You're fucking dreaming. You're fucking dreaming. You're smoking crack.
You know, it's not immigrants who are going to take these jobs. This is going to be AI, but AI under the rule of capitalism, where they don't give a damn about the workers who are working.
And it's also going to be terrible. It's also going to be... There's already AI ads. There's the Coca-Cola AI Christmas ad. Of course it was going to be Coca-Cola. The first fucking company to do an AI ad. Right? You know? Someone put this fucking empire on suicide watch. It is like it's killing itself. It is actually like that. I'm going to turn the pop of the AI bubble into the holiday. Yes, what shall we eat? I'm so in. I agree. I think we should have a worldwide party. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Including, in the case of Madison Avenue, people who have been pretty well paid up until now.
Yeah, I'm a little dubious about these projections. I mean, I don't know enough to be clear in my mind why, but there is something, there's a hype going on here, which in one way is, you know, is a truism. All these breakthroughs technologically get hyped. But I do want to remind people that we had a tremendous crash of the stock market in the early months of the year 2000, which we call the dot-com crisis, because
Richard Wolff knows.
Hype about what the internet could and
he
would
knows
do far exceeded what it did. And I suspect the same thing is going to happen here. I think the fascism will come because of what you said. In other words, the more failure dogs this effort by Trump, the more desperate he and the people around him will become, and they've already shown. That's why this in Venezuela is so significant.
I mean, yeah, like, don't talk about breakthroughs because you don't know what you're on about. I mean, like, whenever boomers talk about AI, they always get it a bit wrong, at least, right? And Richard Wolff is correct, moreover, in referring to the dot-com bubble. You know, he's a boomer. But more importantly, there is a way to confirm that we're absolutely right about the AI bubble. And do you know what that is, chat? Red Letter Media made a video about AI slop. And in the first 10 minutes, Rich Evans and Jay Bauman. Let me see if I can find it. No, it's bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. This is where I stopped watching it. This is where I turned it off. It was 11 minutes in. Where does he say it?
Better for seeing videos of people getting murdered, violent protest videos, people danger. It's not, but it doesn't take over the world with.
There is a bit. Let me see if I can find it. Streaming television, dystopian, instant pizza. He's talking about Talking about Back to the Future. Oh no, this was fucking insane. This bit was so crazy. Oh, here we go. It's this bit. It's this bit. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
So, some people predict that this is a bubble that will burst. No.
Rich Evans is just immediately like, no. That's how you know that he's wrong. Rich Evans being that confident, right? That confident about being correct about something, you know it's not real. You know that he's just like, he's so far wrong, it's ridiculous. No, it won't.
And that's the thing, is like, I think we're a little more cynical, where it's like, no, this ain't going away.
The only people who say it isn't going away are the CEOs of AI companies. However, guess who is saying that it's gonna go away? Microsoft scales back AI goals because almost nobody is using Copilot. Microsoft themselves are like, you know what, man? We should probably not aspire to the things that we've been aspiring to previously regarding this. Because nobody is using our AI. And also, I think that this is reflected in sales of Windows 11. Is it Windows 11? Is the next one? Hey, June Atom, how you doing? Because they've ended support for Windows 10 or Windows 11, whichever one is the last one. They've ended support for it, and they're like, no, when you don't get security updates anymore for Windows 11. And what that means is you have to buy Windows 12. Oh, Windows 10. Sorry. Yeah, Windows 11. You don't get support anymore for Windows 10. You can extend Windows 10 to Windows 10 support until about November 2026 via a few ways. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I've heard about that. I don't know how to do it, but they're like, you can't get support anymore for Windows 10. You have to buy Windows 11, the Palantir edition, with loads of Copilot, loads of Palantir spying software, and it's like, no one is doing it. No one is buying Windows 11. Everyone's just like, no, this sounds bad. Actually, I'm not going to do it. So it's reflected in sales, projected sales for Windows 11. So everything is just going wrong because of AI. It's the main reason that people are like turned off to any kind of product. It's like, oh, you're going to make me use this thing that I don't want to use, that's a bad search engine. That's basically all it is. It's just like a worse version of a search engine. And it also gives people psychosis and makes them kill themselves. You know? So yeah, nah, I'm not going to do that. And it's like, when the red letter media... Listen, the red letter media guys know what they're talking about when it comes to, like, technical aspects of movies, right? What they don't know about are three main things that frustrate me quite a lot. Number one is politics. They don't know a fucking damn thing about politics, and it's because they're all rich YouTubers. That's all it is, right? You might look at these schmucks from fucking Wisconsin and be like, they're not rich. No, they are. Like, do you know how much fucking money Red Letter Media makes on Patreon? Look at the fucking warehouse they got. They made their own film. Come on, man. They've all got so much money. They don't know a damn thing about politics because politics doesn't affect them because they're rich. End of story, right? Second thing, they don't know a fucking damn thing about subversive messaging in films about gender, race, anything like that. They are so bad when it comes to certain films where they just like completely miss the point of like a feminist subplot, right? Like feminist messaging in like a subplot, like even like things like abortion, and it's like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And the third thing that they don't know anything about is AI. They don't know anything about AI. They don't know anything about YouTube. They don't know anything about AI. It's completely absurd. They have this like understanding of YouTube that is from 2016, and they haven't progressed beyond that because that's when they started getting really big. You know what I mean? I've never seen them once have like a black guest on their show. Ever. By the way. Which is just fucking crazy, man. That's like absolutely crazy. Like I just don't get it, man. Anyway, that's how you know the AI bubble is actually gonna pop, because Red Letter Media are like, nah, it won't.
I don't want to sound or frighten people, but a regime that can so easily.
It's like someone's pairing with their carrot and kale muffin they made because it's healthy. They saw it on some influencer's Insta. You'll like it if you try it. Yeah, just eat it. Just eat it.
People in those boats.
Mike doesn't even know that Back to the Future 2 is a parody of utopian futures and not a serious prediction. Yes, it's so stupid. I'm still rocking Windows 7. That's so dope, actually, Steph. I actually really respect that so much. Oh, I wanted to read this, what Krill said. We deployed it to our environment of 10,000 users. Peak usage at any point was 16. That's crazy. That's less than 1%. Is that less than 0.1%? It's less than 0.02%, I think, right? That's absolutely mad. Based on stat counter figures, not the biggest source, but pretty reliable, Windows 11 usage has gone down in November and December. It took a lot of effort too because some suit wanted it. Yeah, this is the thing, because a fucking shareholder in the company that you work for was like, yeah, we've invested loads of money in AI because I had like a stupid fucking weekend with like another CEO or like, you know, another shareholder of another CEO, and they've convinced us that we should put money into AI, so we should do that. And so the company is like, okay, fine. And then it's like, right, we need to implement it. How? Well, I don't know. Just like make people use it. All right, 10,000 users. There you go. No, sorry, don't want it. They used to have women on the regular for Red Letter Media, and no more because the rumor is the fans couldn't stop being fucking weird. They hardly have an online presence beyond their website, and YouTube comments are limited. Yeah, very true. Very, very true.
It's not going to stop because those people are foreign. They're going to be able to say all the same hateful things about Americans.
Windows 11 update broke my PC. Used to run DayZ really well. Now it barely runs any early 2000s games. Yeah.
The president will designate as the accomplices of those bad people we killed. And so they get the same treatment. And for me, the question then becomes, where will the American people line up when it's their turn to confront a serious, fascistic, desperate government? You know, Hitler knew in 1933, when the German capitalist class gave him the power, and they did it. There was a German Association of Business and Industry, had meetings, and decided that even though he was a crazy, he had a mass following, and that if they didn't make a deal with him, the socialists and the communists, who together got half the vote in Germany in 1932, would impose something on them. And they knew that what the communists and the socialists would impose was way worse than anything they could imagine with Hitler. So they knew what they were doing. They knew the chance they were taking. All the details, perhaps not. But they made an agreement. And why should you or I or anyone believe that the American capitalist class, it has been denying much of what's happened to it? The prognosis of American capitalism up against the Chinese is not good. I don't say that with any satisfaction at all. It is the case. And it's becoming more the case each passing week.
Hey, Frazo.
You know, I used to think to myself, time is on the Chinese side, and I think they know it. I think Mr. Xi Jinping gives very moderate responses every time Mr. Trump does something weird. And I think it's not because they're smarter or because they have a different personality. I think they understand. As long as we avoid nuclear war, the basket is coming towards us. But the question is, I don't think Americans are stupid. They figure it out too. Then what? Then what? This is a retreat. Retreating to Latin America, whatever else you call it, is a retreat.
Yeah, he's right. Because if you think about it, NATO, the Democratic Party, Joe Biden, was focused on arming Ukraine and giving unconditional support to the genocidal Zionist project of Israel, and that was in order to destabilize Iran. Right? Iran, Russia, main targets of empire. Alongside Qatar. Yeah? The gas reserves. It's the gas reserves. Right? And now they're trying to strategically look at, maybe if we go for one of the biggest suppliers of oil to China that is closer to the US, then we can do it. But Richard Wolff is right. It is a retreat because, what? You're saying that you, can't go to war with Iran? No, of course you can't go to war with Iran. You're saying that you can't go to war with Russia? Of course you can't go to war with Russia. You can't even continue to do this proxy war with Russia. It's a retreat. And that's why NATO are freaking out, because they're like, shit, the crazy new president that isn't Joe Biden, that doesn't care about NATO actually that much, has decided that what we thought was a really good idea, what we were committed to for the last fucking, I don't know, however long, 30 years, he's decided that we're not doing that anymore. We're not doing that anymore. So we've got to go to war with Russia on our own, because we can't afford to give money to Ukraine. We can't keep affording to give money to Ukraine. It's just not going to work. We've done so much austerity, our people won't take it. What are we going to do? Defund our own military to support Ukraine? No. And that's it. That's what Trump's whole bit about during, what was it, the last G8 summit in fucking May or whatever, whenever it was, or June. He was like, Europe, you got to up your defense spending by 5%. And everyone was like, yes, sir. And now it's like, it's because he's abandoning us. Great. That's great. Love it.
If they mean it, if it's more than just words.
Who knew America couldn't be trusted? Yeah.
If they're going to realize that no American is going to...
And you can fucking forget Australia or Aotearoa. They don't give a flying fuck about them, right?
I just don't believe
Got a little eye on Australia and Aotearoa because they're close to China, but they're way more interested in South Korea and fucking Japan, right? That's why Trump went to Japan. When was that? When did he go to Japan? It was 2 months ago when he was following the new fascist leader of Japan around. It sucks, but mutually assured destruction does work. The DPRK acted rather late, 2006. It's only been the most comical anti-communist propaganda you've ever heard. I don't mean to downplay the military drills and war games. Yeah. Mutually assured destruction works. It does. Because you hit that button, the others are going to hit that button as well. That's correct.
Never support a war for an island called Taiwan that's, 5 miles off their shore. Maybe, but I don't think so. And so the question is, can they hold on at least for a while?
He's back in love with Xi Jinping now, yeah.
I studied, for my doctoral dissertation work, I studied the British Empire in its final decades. It engaged one fantasy after another, how it was going to preserve the whole empire. It was
been noticing on social media people aren't glazing Japan as much as they used to. There's just a mad idea of Japan that people really like, and it's just because they watch anime once and they're like, wow, this is cartoons but a bit different. Japan must be really good. And then they look at Japan And they're like, oh, these guys did a lot of war crimes. Oh, what's that? Japan is an ethno-state? Oh. Come on, man.
You know, and each of them in turn got a lot of attention. None of them worked. And, you know,
And then if you look even deeper, it's like, oh, what's that? Japan isn't allowed a military because the USA says so. You know? What the fuck? What the fuck is that?
It was really...
The USA dropped a bomb, 2 bombs, one on Hiroshima, one on Nagasaki, murdered millions of people, and now they could just tell Japan to do whatever they want. Insane.
The colonies became a commonwealth. The idea that that would change it changed nothing. You know, the Commonwealth barely exists now.
Japan's policies on unhoused people, yeah.
The old colonies.
Haven't they done away with that now? I did hear that they were like talking about military stuff or doing stuff or something, yeah.
Where King Charles can visit and a lot of little children bring him flowers. Other than that, it's all gone. It's all finished. And the horror of Gaza is, for me, the horror of a kind of colonialism, settler colonialism, that worked in the 17th and 18th century. You could do that with Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa, Canada, and the US. But you can't do that now. That ship has gone. The world is awash in anti-colonialism. You can't then say, well, we don't care. We're going over there and we're going to do to the Palestinians what those other white people did where they went. You can't do that.
Toothpaste is out the tube, man.
Way. The only way to do that is to make the ethnic cleansing genocidal at a time when the whole world bears witness to what you are doing.
Yeah, it's too late. Like this is what I was saying. People are more informed. like the reason that the British public didn't make like a big fuss about sending Zionist militias to Palestine back in the day is because we were like, you know, well, people who aren't white are subhuman. That was the popular discourse. That was the popular understanding amongst white nations. It was just that simple. It was like, well, it doesn't matter what happens to Palestinians because they're not white. There was no empathy or anything like that. It was all like white. That was when white supremacy was like at its fucking like real peak. You know what I mean? You could just get away with anything, any kind of war crime. It was just that. But like now, people are like, oh, that, you know, people were already learning what it was about. They saw the civil rights movement. They heard black people speak in America. They heard South Africans speak, you know, in black South Africans, obviously, is who I'm referring to. Actual South Africans, you know. My 15-year-old wants to know why there's a genocide being allowed to happen. That's exactly it, right? There are kids who are like, hey, what's this? Why is this happening? And it's so easily understood. It's so easily understood in terms of like it being wrong. It's so easily understood.
For me, it is a sign. If you don't understand where you are in the historical process, you're going to make mistakes. Look, you're going to make mistakes in any case, but your mistakes are going to be world-class mistakes because you just pretend.
If you're wondering what I'm doing on the other stream, by the way, I'm trying to look for updates about Venezuela because I am like really interested in it.
The historical movement doesn't pertain to you. You're the great exception. No. That right back there goes, you know, I'm the great exception. I'm going to practice running.
Already found something. Here we go. Venezuela says Trump wants its oil, but is that the case? Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro says escalating pressure from the US comes down to one thing. Washington wants to grab the South American nation's vast oil reserves. This week, the American military seized an oil tanker which was allegedly carrying Venezuelan oil being shipped in violation of US sanctions. Wrong! Wrongo bongo! Already wrong! And it threatened action against other ships. The move followed a series of military strikes on Venezuelan boats, which the US alleges are drug trafficking vessels. President Donald Trump has called on Maduro to leave office, accusing him of sending narcotics and murderers to the US. So, is it Venezuela's oil that Trump really wants? And would it actually be worth it? Of course they start with how much oil does Venezuela have? It is true that with an estimated 303 billion barrels, Venezuela is home to the world's largest proven oil reserves. But the amount of oil the country actually produces is tiny by comparison, right? So that makes it fine. That makes it all fine. Yeah, man. Cool stuff. Does Trump want Venezuela's oil? Some in the US have made the case for intervention in Venezuela by pointing to the opportunities for American businesses to revive the oil industry. Venezuela for the American oil companies will be a field day, Florida Republican Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar said in a recent interview on Fox Business. Republican Congresswoman. American companies could go in and fix all the oil pipes, the whole oil rigs, and everything that has to do with oil and the derivatives. Trump might seem open to such arguments. He campaigned on the slogan "Drill, baby, drill," and has generally called for expanding oil production, which is tied to lower prices for Americans. It's crazy that they're using revive instead of pillage. Yes, Chevron still operates there. Yes. It's so mad. It's just so mad. It's just so wrong. Asked on Thursday whether the U.S. campaign in the region was about drugs or oil, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Take It or Leave It said the administration was focused on many things. Yeah, man, this is so cool. What interest does the US have in Venezuela? That's not to say that US companies would not be interested. Chevron is the only American oil producer still active in Venezuela after receiving a license from former President Joe Biden in 2022. The Trump administration extended the firm another waiver this year, though it has revoked exemptions from other firms, such as Spain's Repsol, in a bid to curb the flow of funds to the Maduro regime. You see, this is just so wrong. It's revoked exemptions for other firms, such as Spain's Repsol, because it doesn't want Spain to have the money. It doesn't want Spain to have the oil. It's as simple as that, dog. It's not a bid to curb the flow of funds to the Maduro regime. Absolutely washed. Analysts say Chevron will be among those best placed to benefit should the US start to lift its barriers against dealing with Venezuela. They're already there! They're already there! Well, fucking hell, I feel like weak. I feel like I'm gonna have a stroke. This is so insane. Oh my god, fuck the BBC so much. Fuck them so much, man. How can you just have like a picture of the guy like this? He doesn't even look like the... it's not like fucking Gaddafi, man. Like, Gaddafi... Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. Gaddafi had swag. But the only reason that they were able to, like, manufacture so much consent against Gaddafi is because he looked like that, right? That's all it is, man. That's all it is. He looked this way, right? He had the uniform on, the military uniform shit, and he just had, like, a bit of messy hair and a bit of a scowl, right? But the reason that he had a scowl is because he fucking hated America. He hated America, he hated Britain, he hated Italy, he hated every fucking white nation. For a good reason. You know what I mean? Like, same with Saddam Hussein. But, different politics, different guy. He hated fucking his own people. He hated Kurdish people. A lot. Right? And that's what that was all about. But he wore the military uniform. Look at Maduro, man. He just looks like a normal guy. He looks like he's got a fucking friendship bracelet on. Bro, he's got a friendship bracelet on. It's different. It's so different. And I'm not saying it's different as in like they're doing it for the different reasons. They're doing it for different reasons of what they did in Libya. No, they're doing it for the same reasons. They're doing it to quash any kind of resistance to empire. But like, look at this, man. You can't manufacture consent against this. He just looks like your favorite unk. This guy's gonna pick you up from basketball and take you to fucking KFC and be like, hey, do you want the big chicken bucket? You know, he's just a normal guy that likes basketball. Like Fidel, right? But Fidel had the fucking army fatigues on all the time as well. You know? But he had like the same personality as Maduro, for sure. It's just crazy, man. It's just absolutely fucking crazy. You can't manufacture consent against that shit. It's just crazy, man. They're like shooting themselves in the foot so much with it.
And I will leap over the Empire State Building.
Wait, what did he say?
It doesn't pertain to you. You're the great exception. No. That right back there goes, I'm the great exception. I'm going to practice running, and I will leap over the Empire State Building.
Oh, I thought he was saying if something happens, he's going to leap over the Empire State Building. Let's take a look at this. We've got Democracy Now! Who are not great. They're not perfect. But let's take a little listen to what they're saying about this in particular. They're a better source than most. Even though they do still use passive voice and some imperialist propaganda they fall for quite regularly. They might call the Maduro regime a regime. That's a likelihood that we might hear in this report.
President Trump has ordered a total and complete blockade of sanctioned oil tankers.
They seem to be really, 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 really good on Latin America versus Israel, right? Or any like Middle East, because that was the thing, right? When they were talking about Iran and they were like saying the Khamenei regime and shit, right?
Entering and leaving Venezuela.
Blame me, bad man,
as the US
right?
ramps up pressure on the government of Nicolas Maduro. The blockade comes amidst a major U.S. military buildup in the region and days after the U.S. seized an oil tanker filled with Venezuelan oil. In a post on Truth Social, Trump wrote, quote, Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. It will only get bigger, and the shock to them will be like nothing they have ever seen before.
I mean, that's how you know it's just not going to work, right? Welcome back, network. Yes, correct. It's so hard to make the no war, just peace guy look like a ruthless dictator. Like, you can't do it, man. You just can't do it. He's just going, no crazy war. No.
Unquote. Since September, the U.S. military has also carried out at least 25 airstrikes on alleged drug boats without offering evidence in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific near Venezuela, killing at least 95
Peace forever.
people. On Tuesday, Vanity Fair published excerpts of bombshell interviews with Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, in which she suggested the aim of the boat strikes.
Listen to the FIFA Peace Prize, Nick. I think he means it. Yeah.
To topple Maduro. Wiles said, quote, Trump wants to keep on blowing boats up until Maduro cries, uncle.
Look at this guy. He's like hanging out with indigenous Bolivar people. And like shooting arrows and shit. Like, look at this, man. Like, could you imagine? Like, if you woke up tomorrow and Trump was like knocking around with like, I don't know, some Hopa people in like California, what's known as California, or like, I don't know, some Cherokee, natives and like, being honored by them because he's like supporting them and wants to give them land back and shit like that. Could you imagine? Like, if you woke up and saw that tomorrow, you'd be like, reality is flipped on its head. There's no way. It would never happen. Trump is the kind of guy to just like never acknowledge that Native Americans exist because he's just like, nah, we got rid of them, bro. They don't exist anymore. You know what I mean?
And people way smarter than me on that say,
could you imagine?
He will. Unquote. On Tuesday, President Maduro denounced the U.S. actions.
We tell the people of the United
Look at his fucking hat. Look at his fucking hat, man. Oh, land reforms, little dictatorial. He's got, like, this is so good, chat. This is actually so good. He's got a MAGA hat, right? The red hat with the white writing, but what it says on it is no war, yes peace. Like, come on, man. I really wish it used the Make America Great Again font, but other than that, no notes. Yeah, that would be the only difference, right? Yeah, but like, that's the thing. The Make America Great Again font is just like so dead. It's so dead. It's imperialist. I like that they had like a silly font for it. No, it's not in Comic Sans. It's in like a kind of a silly font. It's in kind of like a cartoony font. Trump's the kind of guy to say indigenous Americans stole reservation land from the US. Yes, he would say that.
Tell the people of the United States our truth, and it is very...
Gatling Combo, hey, how you doing? Trump used the Lumbee community in North Carolina to rally them to vote for him before they started getting federal recognition. There you go. There you go. He's the kind of person who just uses indigenous Americans, you know... It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Clear. Imperialism and the Nazi fascist right wing want to colonize Venezuela to take our wealth, oil, gas, gold, iron, aluminum, and other minerals. We have sworn to defend our homeland, and in Venezuela, peace will always prevail, along with stability and shared happiness for our people. To the people of the United States, we say again and again, 1 and 1,000 times.
No blood for oil.
No blood for oil, dog.
No war for oil. Eso del narcotráfico.
The claims about drug trafficking are fake news, a lie, an excuse. Since they cannot accuse us of weapons of mass destruction, chemical weapons, or nuclear missiles, they invent another pretext to create another Afghanistan, another Libya.
He's just like, this is what I mean, chat. Like, how can you like listen to what he's saying? It's just all like, it's just true. It's just, he has the analysis. He's done his materialist analysis of imperialism. The US empire is flexing its muscles and wanting to create another Libya, another Afghanistan. I literally just mentioned Gaddafi. In comparison to what's happening here. You know what I mean? It's crazy. I still have to call out anyone out for supporting him, but he is using them. Yeah, it's fucked up, Gatling Combo. Honestly, that's the thing. It's fucked.
And with moral authority and with God's blessing, I say,
no more Vietnam. No more Afghanistan. No more Libya. No more Iraq.
Yeah.
No more war eternal. No.
Hell yeah, dude.
Morally and spiritually.
And he's saying this in English so that we can understand it. So that people in the West who speak English are like, oh, this guy doesn't want war. He doesn't want another Iraq. He doesn't want another Libya. He doesn't want another Afghanistan.
Right.
We're joined now by the Pulitzer Prize-winning historian, Yale University professor Greg Grandin. His latest book, America, A New History of the New World. He has a recent piece in the New York Times headlined, Trump's dated strategy is putting us on a path to World War III. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Professor Grandin. Can you start off by...
I don't think it'll be World War III. Do we know who this guy is, chat? Is this guy good? Is he all right? What do we think of him? Democracy Now! Tends to get some odd guests, generally speaking. But like, I don't think it's going to be World War III, man. I just think it's going to be the end of America. I think that America will get trashed, and then the world will be like, oh, America only, used to get its own way because it just used to threaten everybody, and now it can't threaten anybody because it has no money and it has no military. So now what, dog? Now what? What are you going to threaten us with? Tariffs? We'll just go to China. It's as simple as that. It really does feel like the beast of the empire is thrashing around, trying to survive, trying to like take all the spears out of its like body, you know what I mean?
Responding to what's happening right now. We are doing this broadcast before President Trump makes his address to the nation tonight. Unclear what that's about. But talk about the latest developments with Venezuela.
Well, it is an unprecedented military buildup. It's probably bigger than what the Spanish Empire sent to retake Spain in the 1820s in terms of sheer destructive force. And the classification of fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction and all sorts of presidential...
That's the craziest bit. This is the craziest bit about anything that has happened in the last couple of days. That Trump has said that fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. Brother, hospitals use it. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Hospitals use it, bro. Hospitals use it. If you have like a bit of surgery, if you have like a biopsy, they'll give you a bit of fucking fentanyl to like take the edge off. What are you talking about?
Announcements that, you know, trying to lay a legal justification for this. And of course,
it's Tylenol again. Tylenol. It's giving our children autism. Fentanyl. He says, and he also says fentanyl, right? I don't know if that's like a different drug. He's like fentanyl. Or does he say fentanyl? Does he say like fentanyl? I don't know. I can't remember. Fentanyl. It's a weapon of mass destruction, just like Saddam Hussein. Remember him? He had tons of the stuff. As Israel has demonstrated, hospitals are well-known hubs of terrorist activity. Yes, correct. That's right, isn't it? They are taking a leaf out of Israel's book, by the way. They are doing that. Me picking up my mum's fentanyl patch script this whole time I was an arms dealer. That's what I mean. Shit. Guess I'm a terrorist. Oh no. Yeah, got double tap every hospital in the US. This is crazy. What is he talking about? Every hospital in the US has fentanyl
going on. They're still blowing up speedboats in the
crazy
Caribbean and in the Pacific. And as you mentioned, Susan Wiles, the secretary, the chief of staff of Trump, said that this had nothing to do with narco-terrorism. That Trump actually doesn't really care about narco drugs coming into the country. This is really just setting up and hoping.
Well, my stepbrother, who's a fucking super psycho Zionist, literally called me a terrorist multiple times before he stopped talking to me. So yeah, it's like it becomes a badge of honor, right? When when people are calling resistance fighters terrorists, it's like, I guess that word just doesn't mean anything anymore, dude. You know what I mean?
To induce a regime change in Venezuela, and Venezuela is really just the first step. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State from Florida, from South Florida, whose family is not itself is not uninvolved in drug trafficking, sees it in very ideological terms. He's Cuban, and for whatever reason they see Venezuela as the first step of.
Well, you used to say all kinds of shit to me, Network. You used to say, "You're queer. You know what they do to queers in Gaza? They throw them off roofs." And it's like, okay. I still don't think they should be ethnically cleansed.
Bringing down the Cuban Revolution and bringing Cuba back into the orbit of the United States. And then from there, of course, it's Nicaragua. And we just saw this election in Chile, which I know you're going to talk about later with Ariel.
Yeah, he's a big nub.
But Latin America really is on a kind of knife's edge between the left and the right. We see in Argentina, Javier Milei, and what the United States is willing to do to keep him in power. Billions and billions of dollars, not just through the Treasury Department, but also through the IMF to prop up the peso. Honduras.
Okay, chat, I gotta go for a wee. I'm so sorry. You know how fast I do it. I'm just gonna tip the bucket out. I'll be back in a tick. All right. A way to perform another act of terrorism. Chemical warfare on my own fucking toilet. PP, that's right. Hey, Nuclear Slayer. I like that cola emote. It just looks like piss is coming out of the Coke can. That's pretty good. You know how fast I do it, Mule. I'm trying not to be weird about your piss speed by not mentioning it every time. Don't make it harder for me. The only reason that I'm mentioning it is because you've mentioned it so much. That's the only reason that I'm doing it.
There's all sorts of machinations going on there in terms of the election that the U.S. was involved in, and so that really leaves Latin America divided, almost unprecedentedly divided. In the past, Latin America tended to be coherent, and I tend to be all dictatorships or all kind of center-left presidents. And now we have a continent that's split angularly down the middle. And the image is quite stark. You have Brazil and you have Mexico. And those are the two bulwarks of Latin America. And ultimately, if you're going to get Latin America under control and back under the U.S.'s umbrella, you have to confront those two countries. Ultimately, that is the end goal. And this is in the larger context of a dramatic reversal of U.S. foreign policy. The total renunciation of liberal internationalism. Now, liberal internationalism as an ideal, there was a big gap between in practice and as it actually functioned. But the idea was that the United States would superintend a world governed by common laws. The Trump administration announced in its national security strategy document, which it put out last week or a couple of weeks ago, that the bipartisan consensus that came out of the Cold War has failed. And it had been essentially announced implicitly that what it sees as replacing it is a Monroe Doctrine for the entire world. The way the United States acted with impunity to seize, to kill, and to sanction, it could do anywhere.
Which brings us to what Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth just said at the Reagan Defense Forum. He said, quote,
The Reagan Defense Forum. The Reagan Defense Forum. That's how you know it's really good, chat. It's got one of the best and most liked US presidents named in the title.
Monroe Doctrine is in effect.
After years of neglect, the United States will restore U.S. military dominance in the Western Hemisphere. We will use it to protect our homeland and access to key terrain throughout the region.
I just can't take this motherfucker seriously. He's talking about war fighters. Our warfighters need AI in order to do their job right. I want to make sure that you're using your warfighter AI every day.
We will also deny adversaries' ability to position forces or other threatening capabilities in our hemisphere. Past administrations perpetuated the belief that the Monroe Doctrine had expired. They were wrong. The Monroe Doctrine is in effect, and it is stronger than ever under the Trump corollary. A common sense restoration of our power and prerogatives in this hemisphere, consistent with U.S. interests.
I mean, here it is, chat. Like, this is just like he's saying it out loud about Venezuela here in this clip.
Yeah, what was that?
Getting land, oil rights, whatever we had, they took it away because we had a president that maybe wasn't watching. But they're not going to do that. We want it back. They took our oil rights. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out, and we want it back.
Now, he's trying to say this in terms of, like, the last... Oh, he's looking real confident. Yeah, looking real confident, Mr. President. You're looking real confident about this decision. Oh, that's a great pause. Yeah, I think he knows that it's I think he knows it's washed. He's talking about it in terms of Joe Biden, right? The way that he's spinning it is that, like, somehow Joe Biden made it so that the US could no longer extract oil in the same way in Venezuela, when it's completely untrue, because as we just read I think we read it in the BBC article, they mentioned it in the BBC article, Joe Biden awarded some sanction exemptions for Venezuela for Chevron, and Chevron are there. That's why Chevron are fucking there, right? People are saying it's never been more Jova. They're saying that no one could Brandonify better than Joseph Robinette Biden, but I'm going to beat him. I'm going to Brandonify like no president has ever been. See, I can't even say sentences correctly. It's already happening, folks. Corn Pop Trump version is coming. What was I talking about? He's saying that somehow Joe Biden made it impossible to get oil from Venezuela, but really what he's talking about is that there was a Bolivar revolution where it's Hugo Chavez for Venezuela. He was the president before Maduro, right? And they were like, yeah, nah, you're not gonna like extract any more resources. We're gonna nationalize our oil reserves, and that means that the US doesn't have a monopoly on it, and also we get a bunch of money for our country from it. Yes, doing the Trump impression is like briefly getting overtaken by a mind virus. You may even say a woke mind virus. So, Chavez made it so that, private companies, neoliberalism couldn't meddle in the oil production and sale in Venezuela. And so, that's what he's referring to in terms of, big US empire. It's probably how he's been briefed. And the way that he's like, well, I'm going to spin it that Joe Biden did that. I'm going to spin it and say that Joe Biden loved Hugo Chavez, actually, and it's his fault that we could no longer, we could just simply no longer extract oil in the same way from that country.
That was Defense Secretary Hegseth. I wanted to ask you, though, Greg, Latin America is not the same region that it was 100 years ago or that it was 50 years ago.
Yes.
And when you mentioned this split in the region, I'm not so sure I agree with you on that. Brazil, Mexico, and Colombia are the three largest nations in Latin America. They have half the population of the entire region. And all three of those countries are being led still by progressive, left-wing oriented presidents. None of them are going to back a U.S. Invasion, not to mention some of the smaller countries like...
No, I think he was saying that, wasn't he? He was saying that, wasn't he?
Cuba or Nicaragua. And so we're in a situation where the United States is trying to impose a past that no longer exists. I'm wondering what you think, even if the intervention were to occur, and it seems likely that's going to happen just in time to eclipse any news of the release of the Epstein files, the ability of the United States to impose...
Oh yeah, by the way, chat, the Epstein files are set to come out on Friday.
Its chosen leader on Venezuela is going to be severely restricted, not only by the international condemnation, but also by the fact that the Venezuelan military has been politicized directly over years now as a result of the Chavez revolution. So they're not likely just to lay down their arms and allow the U.S. to come in.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, and that's what I meant, that the region was split, and that in Mexico and Brazil, if they're not isolated, then there is no kind of broader U.S. hegemony over the region, and certainly Colombia also, although there's elections coming up in Colombia, and that country's going to be in play, but I think Mexico and Brazil are secure for now, but. Yes, and then speaking about Venezuela, it's unclear what the actual action is going to be. I mean, it's just stopping the sanction and blockade on the oil tankers are going to put enormous pressure on Venezuela to, in terms of food, in terms of being able to import food and feed its people, and what kind of disaster that's going to be. The sanctions are already incredibly punishing. That was bipartisan consensus going back decades to even to Obama.
I don't know how good this guy's analysis is, because Venezuela has enough resources that it can like regularly support Cuba with like disaster relief stuff. So I don't really know, or I don't know if I value this guy's analysis of what's going on entirely. I think he does have a point when he says that the US foreign policy regarding Latin America is this kind of like backwards idea where it's saying that, like, it's essentially neglected what it wants to do in Latin America for a long time, and now there are like left-leaning progressive leaders being elected because people want to throw off the shackles of neoliberalism that have punished Latin America for a century, that's all true. But I think this idea that like, sanctions have been so punishing, it's like, yeah, no, they have, but like, if we're talking about like a modern analysis of Venezuela, it's like, yeah, they send like aid ships to fucking Cuba, man. Come on.
We might see some massive show of force, some targeted strikes, but you're absolutely right. Venezuela is not Libya. It's not going to collapse. I think there is a kind of embedded structure that on the one hand there is a radicalized sector of the population. On the other hand, there are people invested in a kind of militarized corruption that does structure some of the ways the country is governed. And Maduro could or could not go, but that doesn't necessarily mean the United States is going to have its way and just be able to install a puppet like it did in Chile in 73 or Guatemala in 54.
And there's also absolutely no way that Machado is popular in any way, shape, or form. Like, she looks like an actual demon. Some questionable reporting here from Al Jazeera here, where they're saying Venezuelan opposition leader Machado injured on covert Nobel Prize trip. President Maduro's rival was hurt as she sped on a boat through choppy waters in secret escape from hiding to reach Oslo's ceremony. She's in secret hiding, but she's in Oslo. She made a clandestine dash to collect her Nobel Peace Prize last week. It was clandestine, chat. She got on a speedboat all the way from her secret island in the Caribbean off the coast of Venezuela all across the Atlantic to Oslo. She said late on Monday that the right-wing... Someone, Claudia Macero, said on Monday the right-wing opposition figure fractured a vertebra. LOL. During a choppy boat ride that had formed part of a risky cloak and dagger journey to reach the Norwegian capital Oslo for the Nobel Award ceremony. Machado has been in hiding since she was banned from running in Venezuela's July 24th presidential election, fearing her life is under threat. Buddy, like, it's so crazy, right? It's so crazy because it's like she's been banned from running in Venezuela's presidential election because everybody knows that she is an imperialist plant. That's what it is. Like, if someone knew that there was a Russian plant, if it was common knowledge that Nigel Farage was a Russian plant, he would not be allowed to run. Right? That's how they're trying to get him at the moment. They're trying to be like, yes, this guy is a Russian plant, so that he won't run, so that Labour will stay in power. You know what I mean? Yes, like Trump should have been banned in 2024, exactly. The vertebra fracture is confirmed. No further details will be released beyond what's been reported in Norwegian daily Aftonbladet. Dangerous dash. Media reports the United States said Machado's escape last week involved wearing a disguise, including a wig, and traveling from a small Venezuelan fishing village on a wooden boat. Oh, chat, it would have been so it would have been so funny. You know what I'm gonna say. You know what I'm gonna say. Wouldn't it be funny if that thing that we're all thinking had happened? Wouldn't that be funny? Machado has said that she feared for her life during the voyage, which saw US forces situated in the Caribbean alerted to avoid a strike on the vessel. Several similar boats have been attacked in recent months in a campaign that the Trump administration asserts. This article is all over the place. It's so weird. Maduro has accused Washington of seeking to engineer regime change in the hope of seizing Venezuela's large oil reserves. Yes, that's correct. Broken soul. Despite her speedy trip, Machado failed to reach Oslo in time for the ceremony. Her daughter received the award on her behalf and delivered a speech that slammed Maduro and warned of the need to fight for democracy. Hours after the ceremony, Machado greeted supporters from an Oslo hotel balcony in what was her first public appearance in a year. Despite the fracture, she climbed over a barrier. Despite the fracture, she climbed over a barrier to greet supporters. That's crazy. Almost like it didn't happen. That's wild. Machado said authorities in Venezuela would have attempted everything possible to prevent her journey to Norway, yet you managed it. Yeah, she's fit for work. The Venezuelan president commented dismissively on the reports of Machado's injury on television on Monday. Machado says she has a broken vertebra, he said. What's broken is her brain and her soul because she is a demon. Oh, that's so good, dude. That's so good. Okay. All right. Cool article, Al Jazeera. That's really cool.
For any number of coups in the past. It's a dangerous game. I was sitting out in the waiting room today and just now, a second ago, and CNN talked about a second near crash between a private jet and some U.S. military force. I mean, they're really pushing it to the max. Of course, these murders and on the high seas. Now we have an admission from the administration that this is just. This has nothing to do with drugs. It has everything to do with Maduro. These are innocent people. It's like he's like the Red Queen in Alice.
I'm trying to remember, chat. Was there any kind of like messing around with the narrative when it came to like Saddam Hussein? I remember that it was similar stuff to Maduro. It was like Saddam Hussein, he doesn't like democracy. He doesn't let people have fair elections. He's a dictator. He rules with an iron fist and all that stuff. I remember all that stuff. They were like, he poisons his own people with chemical weapons, but they failed to mention that the chemical weapons were given to him by the United States. And they were Kurds. He was ethnically cleansing Kurds, wasn't he? And like, was it Sunni Muslims or was it Shia? Was he Sunni or Shia? I can't remember. He was ethnically cleansing Kurds and also whatever sect of Muslims he didn't like. But I'm trying to think if there was any of this like mismanagement of the narrative when it came to Saddam Hussein. Because it's like, or what was the most recent one? Syria? Assad is killing his own people. It's the same stuff. They said the same stuff about him as they did about Saddam Hussein. God, what else? I'm just trying to think. I don't know.
You execute, then you have the trial, and then you have the conviction, and then you have the trial. He does everything backwards. We're living in like an Alice in Wonderland foreign policy in Latin America. But Latin America is confused. There's tension within Latin America. Petro said that he wouldn't shake President-elect Cast's hand. This is a Nazi, and he was immediately rebuked by Boris, a center leftist. So there's also a lot of tension within Latin America about how to respond to the United States. That kind of unity that existed coming out of the 2000s, when Chavez was president and Lula was the president of Brazil, and you had Kirchner in Argentina, and you had Bachelet in Chile, and it was a very rhetorically strong and dominant form of social democracy that really commanded the rhetorical field. I think what we're seeing here is a lot of confusion about how to deal with Trump.
He was Sunni Islam,
the world. It is in some ways the madman doctrine of diplomacy.
I think this guy's analysis is cracked. I don't think there was like a halcyon days existence of like a solid social, democracy in Latin America that was like firmly anti-imperialist. I don't think that that's like what was going down, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, not sure I know what's going on with this guy. Yeah, Boric was very disappointed, calling Nazi a Nazi. Yes. I mean, Petro always with the best take, right? Not going to shake that guy's hand.
Except the madman doctrine was supposed to be a performance, an act. But we actually have a madman in the White House in some ways.
Well, but this whole the issue is clearly the key aspect of this in Venezuela that distinguishes Venezuela from all the other governments that in the region that Trump may not like is these vast oil reserves. That on the one hand, could you talk about the importance of these oil reserves and also the fact that the American people, by and large, all the polls indicate they have no interest in the United States launching a war against Venezuela because Venezuela has not posed any threat to the United States.
Yeah, and that's interesting. And it's I think that's one of the reasons why it's taking Trump so long to figure out what to do. He may be a madman, but he's not completely irrational. He does calculate, and there is obviously no bloodthirst within the rank and file of the Trump administration for a ground war in Venezuela, and certainly not within the country as a whole. And so he's responding to that. Then there's the calculus of, distraction, the Epstein.
It's pretty reductive. That's what I was thinking. It's like, I feel like this is just like a white liberal American analysis of what has happened in Latin America over the last fucking 30 years, right? It's like, what are you talking about?
Will this distract, or will people make the connection that we're doing it to distract? And, there's a lot of independent, we've heard about how the Republican ecosphere, information sphere is kind of fracturing and coming apart and eating each other. Venezuela does have oil, but there's lots of ways of getting Venezuela's oil. I mean, Maduro has basically offered it up. Chevron, as we speak, is pumping oil and sending it to Port Arthur in Texas to be processed. There's lots of ways to get control. It doesn't. So a war with Venezuela over oil is an ideological war, and it's led by the Marco Rubio faction, the war party within the Trump administration, that sees Latin America in very ideological terms, in which Venezuela is the first step to contain a left.
Yeah, or dead easy. What are we doing? Like, what are we fucking doing, man? What are we doing? Is climate change just like not happening? Are we just being like, there needs to be some kind of oil happening. Needs to be some kind of oil production happening. What are you talking about? What are you on about? I would say that even if it was less fractured, there was never a solidified Latin bloc even before the US intervention in the 70s, yeah. What are we doing? Where we're just like, yeah, actually, like, there needs to be some kind of oil. Yeah, it's not ideology, it's economic nincompoop. Correct, Carnos. Hello. Yeah.
Left that, yes, is still strong and still, has quite a purchase. I mean, even in Chile, right, 42% of the population voted for a communist.
How else are we
woman.
going to put microplastics in babies? That's very true, Retorico. Hello, welcome in.
Conservative countries in Latin America. That's not nothing. I mean, it's a shame we got the Nazi, but 42% of the country voted for Jeanette Jara, who is a communist woman. That speaks, I think, to the strength of the ongoing strength of the left, but. There isn't a coherent strategy of how to deal with the United States. I mean, any country going to come to Venezuela's aid to try to get the oil out? I don't think Colombia can risk that. There are ways in which you can imagine Colombia trying to get Venezuela's oil out, but do they want to provoke the United States to that degree? It's a little unclear. So I think everything's up in the air and on the table at this moment. Anything can happen, and I guess things will be clarified by the speech or not.
Thanks for watching.
My pleasure, Amy. It's my pleasure. What else do we got? Miriam Adelson says she spoke to Alan Dershowitz in Israel about the legality of Trump serving a third 4-year term. We could do it. Think about it. I'll give you another 250 million.
Miriam Adelson, you want to come up, Miriam? Come up here, Miriam. Miriam gave my campaign indirectly and directly 250 million. She was number one. When somebody can give you 250 million, I think that we should give her the opportunity to say hello.
When somebody gives you money, you just let them do whatever they want. That's how that works. The great thing about Trump, the only good thing about Trump, really, and it is great, is that you can see laid bare in all naked honesty what capitalism is all about. There's no democracy here. There's no democracy to be found here whatsoever. It was always a lie. You're never going to get democracy while capitalism exists. It just doesn't work. This motherfucker is like, when someone gives you $250 million to your campaign, you could just let them speak at the presidential podium. Just let them speak at the presidential podium.
Miriam, make it quick, because 250 million is not what it used to be.
It's not what it used to be. Could have always given a bit more, couldn't you? Could have always given me a bit more, buddy. Because, of course, Trump is also a capitalist, isn't he?
Okay. Hello, darling. Come in. Incredible woman with a great husband, a man that loved Israel.
Hell yeah, dude.
Well, Mr. President, when you were in the Israeli parliament and you gave a speech and you saw me from far away, at that time I came with a scooter to the parliament just to hear you. I wanted to hear you live. And then you say, Miriam Adelson, and
Yes, chat, she is Israeli.
I stood for a second, but it was so painful, so I said. Then you screamed, Miriam, stand up! And I wish you would have known, but I stood up and heard all your compliment, and thank you very much.
I saw you back there standing.
Yeah, you saw me.
And of course, she's offering Trump $250 million again to run for a third term. Because what does that mean? It means a possibility for more unlimited genocide for the state of Israel, the state known as Israel, the colonialist project known as Israel.
Thank you.
Bravely.
And now I met Alan Dershowitz, and he said the legal thing about 4 more years. And I said, Alan, I agree with you. So we can do it. Think about
Alan Dershowitz, also implicated in the Epstein files. Alan Dersh, who not only was implicated in the Epstein files, but has openly questioned as to whether the age of consent should be lowered. Publicly. He talks about that stuff publicly. He's like, I'm going to defend Benjamin Netanyahu in the International Criminal Court case for genocide. What I'm also going to do is defend Jeffrey Epstein, because he's my friend who I spent a lot of time on an island with. Who else did he defend? He defended all kinds of disgusting, horrible, pedophile, fascist psychos. He's also a plagiarist. He's also, he's just all the worst things. So, this lady is here. Basically, she's just a widow of like a guy that owned some casinos. He's called Sheldon Adelson. And obviously he also became a Zionist, went to Israel, yada yada, went to Palestine, and participated in the colonization of Palestine. That's who she is. And it's just that, isn't it? It's just like all the worst people in the world that you could possibly imagine. Just like, yeah, let's give Donald Trump some more money so that we get unlimited genocide possibilities. Oh, mamma mia!
Alan's here someplace. Where's Alan?
Alan is here. Oh, he had a flight.
Oh, he had a flight. Did he have a flight? Where was he going? Was it an island? He had a flight to get to an island in the Atlantic. It was an island.
Alan is here. Think about it. Thank you. Maybe I will be the first time.
She's like, think about it. But the thing that she's getting him to think about is like breaking the laws of America in order to serve a third term. You know what I mean? Think about it. Think about breaking the law. Think about being a dictator. Think about tearing up the Constitution of the USA. Think about doing it. Just think about it, Think about it.
Tell me a second. Yeah.
She said, think about it. I'll give you another 250.
I will give.
But her husband, Sheldon, was an amazing...
She's just like, I will do it. I'll do it, please.
Amazing guy, and he'd come up to the office, and there was nobody more aggressive than Sheldon. I think I spent more time with him and you, because you usually came up together, but he'd call.
These motherfuckers are on the Epstein list. Without a shadow of a doubt. She's friends with Dersh. They were friends with Trump. Every single one of them. All of them. This is the pedophile ring of elites that fucking all Trump's followers talk about. That's who they are. They're there. They're right in front of us. It's fucking crazy, man.
Say, can I come over, please? I say, Sheldon, I'm president of the United States. It doesn't work that way anymore. It's like maybe tomorrow. How about tomorrow? No, please, just for a little while. And he'd always say 10 minutes. It turned out to be about an hour and a half, right? And what he did is he fought for Israel. That's all he really fought for.
Yeah, I bet he did, dude. I bet.
Just wanted to take care of. He just wanted to.
So this motherfucker is probably responsible for like the Abraham Accords. That's probably what Sheldon Adelson was all about.
Take care of Israel. So he was a great guy. He was a fantastic man, and he loved you so much he couldn't see straight. So good. Thank you, darling. Be careful.
And they do love pedos in Israel. It's true. They do love that. I think that's a good place to end it. Let's end it there, chat. All right. Thank you so much for all the support tonight, chat. It's been really good. Yes, we did not end up getting to some of the things that I wanted to get to, but tomorrow we will cover some more stuff. Yeah, thank you so much for all the support. Thank you. Thank you for the dono earlier. And someone followed me earlier today, so thank you for doing that. Thank you for being here, chat. Appreciate that. And VOD watchers, look forward to reading your comments. Sheldon paid for the Golan Heights. There you go. Make that shit happen, make that shit happen. Hey. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you, lurkers. Thank you for lurking away. I appreciate you. We are gonna go and raid. Peden is online. We're gonna go raid Eden. I'm sure she's gonna be talking about stuff. I'm sure she's gonna be covering the address that Trump does regarding Venezuela. Please stick around for the raid because it means that I look really cool. Oh shit. Did the wrong command. It makes me look really cool when I raid someone with like a bunch of people. Come on, come back. Come on, come back. I'm sure there was more. It's Sane 27. I know that a bunch of people just left. I said I was fucking ending the stream and like a bunch of people were like, "Okay, see you, dude." Yeah, thanks, man. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting me. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. And, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Peace. Good night, good night, good night.